Kia ora, good afternoon. I'm Ryan Bridge. The votes are being cast across America and the results are starting to roll in. In the coming hour, we'll start to get a real picture of where this race is going, where it's heading. Will America elect its first female president in Kamala Harris? Or are we about to witness the biggest political comeback of a generation in Donald Trump? We'll ask, what do these results mean for us here in little old New Zealand as America decides? Welcome to this New Zealand Herald US election special. It is great to have your company this afternoon. We're streaming live on YouTube, Facebook at nzherald.co.nz, which is hopefully where you're watching us from this afternoon. It is great to have your company. 270 is the magic number that you need to get to. The prize this afternoon is the keys to the White House. The key states to watch, and by the way, as the results are coming in, you'll be able to see a ticker going across the bottom of your screen. We'll get to that and what it means in just a second. But the key thing we need to be looking at are these swing states, the 7 of them. Between them, they've got 93 electoral college votes. The Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the Sun Belt, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. So far, we haven't got major results from any of these states. As soon as we do, we'll bring you up to speed. The king of the swings is Pennsylvania. Almost everyone says you won't take the White House without Pennsylvania, and it's 19 electoral college votes. So we'll talk a lot about that this afternoon. We're also going to be talking, well, we'll have pictures from Mar-a-Lago where Donald Trump is holding his party or commiseration, whatever it might be, this afternoon. Kamala Harris is in Washington, D.C., and we will take you there as well. Apparently, we've just heard that she is planning to speak this afternoon, this evening, no matter what happens. Donald Trump has just spoken to some of his supporters at Mar-a-Lago. We're going to hear from the former Ambassador Tim Grosser, who told me before he came on, we want substance on this show, Ryan, not just numbers. So I promise you, Tim, we will have some substance. Former American Ambassador Scott Brown is on the show. Top trade negotiator Charles Finney. We want to hear about what those Trump tariffs could mean for us here in New Zealand. So a lot to get through, but I'm delighted to have as our first guests this afternoon, Trish Scherson, Josie Pagani and Todd Muller, who we're going to speak to in just a few moments. But first, we're going to the man with the map to get the lay of the land. Garth Bray is with us. Garth, come in.
Kia ora, Ryan. We've got this wonderful piece of technology right here. The finest minds at NZ Herald have harnessed the raw power of Reuters data coming straight out of the States to tell you exactly what's going on. You're seeing some blue and some red and some grey there. This is the current count as we take it up the top. 172 electoral college votes for Donald J. Trump, 81 for Kamala Harris. Early stages. This is red mist territory, obviously, rather than whatever's likely to come. And you can take a look, see if we take a look at some of those swing states that you were talking about. Pennsylvania over here. What do you know? We're almost there. Some early results there through with the count still to go. Interesting here, Erie County over at the top. That is a bellwether county. That county has called the election result every election since 1992, since Bill Clinton won the White House. At the moment, it's standing for Kamala Harris. We'll be taking a look at some of those other swing states, if I can get this thing running. If we take a look at Georgia, 16 electoral college votes there, and you can see a 5% lead in the polls at the moment for Donald Trump, and some earlier reports that it looks like that is sliding his way, but too early to call. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to talk about. So, Ryan, back to you.
All right, thank you, Garth. We'll let you get your laptop sorted out, get the thing up and running. Lots of results still coming in. I can tell you that Trump has, and you'll notice that different networks are calling things differently, and we will explain exactly why. But basically, the big networks in the United States make their own decisions. We have partnered with Reuters for our results this afternoon, and so the numbers that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, and if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see that Trump has 172 electoral college votes, according to Reuters right now. Kamala Harris, 81. And the ticker across the bottom, you'll see a percentage. Now, that's the number of votes that have been counted in each of those states thus far. When it goes to an R or to a D, that's Republican or Democratic. That gives you an indication of where Reuters is calling that state. So let's go to our panel. Todd Muller, Trish Scherson and Josie Pagani, who are with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Great to have you all here, team. Todd, I'll start with you. You've been looking at, obviously you guys have been glued to the numbers while I've been talking. What's happening particularly with Iowa? You were looking at Iowa where we had that poll that seemed to suggest we'd have a surge for Kamala.
Yeah, well, it's neck and neck according to CNN, and
other networks have already called Iowa for Trump. To your point, that networks look at the data, extrapolate it differently and make a call. But the reason that's interesting was a couple of days ago there was a poll which actually had Harris winning that by 4 or 5 points, which is seen as an outlier, but there was a lot of confidence in the Democrat team that perhaps it talked to a late shift towards Kamala Harris, and it doesn't seem that that is occurring. It's frankly neck and neck. And those 7 swing states are likely to take us well into tomorrow morning to finally decide which way it's going to go. But if I was Trump at the moment, I'd be feeling reasonably happy with the first sort of couple of 3 hours. North Carolina, he leads in. Georgia, he's looking quite strong in. But as you say, Pennsylvania's key. At the moment, according to my map, Trump's just taken the lead, but it's still very early days and it'll many hours left.
A lot of water to go under the bridge. Josie, how significant is this election? Everyone says it's the most consequential in a generation. That sounds a bit waffly to me. Is it?
It's consequential, I think, certainly for foreign affairs, and for us in New Zealand, and Charles Finney will talk about this, the tariff policy could be devastating for us. I mean, America is our second largest export market. He's talking about 10% tariffs. When he's doing his nutty weaves where, you can't quite follow what he's saying, he's even gone up to 50%, across the board tariffs, and 100% for China. And it goes up and up, and in fact it goes beyond 100, so who knows what. It's very consequential for Ukraine. It's very consequential for foreign policy. If I was in Ukraine and Kyiv at the moment, I would be really worried. I think you're right, Todd. It's too early to say, but it is looking slightly better for Trump at the moment. But it's way too early to say. I'm watching Georgia, where my family live. Actually, my brother's born and bred in Georgia, and Biden won it last time by I think 0.2% or something. Trump won it in 2016 by 5%. If he wins it again, but not very much, that's a good sign for Harris. I don't think she's going to win it, but if Trump wins it not well, then that's going to be a good sign. But yeah, it's consequential, particularly for foreign policy. It's consequential for populism and our political culture. It will influence us here.
Well, we know what happened last time when we had a Donald Trump presidency and the reaction to that, not just in America but around the world, right?
Exactly.
In terms of political discourse. Trish, it's lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
Tell me, what are your picks? What are you watching? Because one thing is the women vote, right? The females getting out, and abortion's on the ballot in a lot of states. Is that going to get Kamala Harris over the line? Are we seeing any of that yet?
Well, there's a quick little electoral compass someone taught me about this morning in terms of watching how these votes are going to go. So the first ones we need to watch are Georgia and North Carolina. Both are critical really for the path to 270 for both of the candidates. And then depending on how that goes, that blue belt of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, that will need to be won by Harris if she hasn't won one of those. And the ones in the West are slightly less consequential after that. So it's a little south, north, west compass that we're looking for. I am fascinated that this is an election that's actually not just been hugely divisive between the two parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, but hugely divisive in terms of a male-female split. So a couple of points on that. Obviously, it's been driven by, the Roe v. Wade decision in 2020 and the really draconian abortion laws that have come in a range of states. So women, particularly older women over 65 and younger women, college-educated women in particular, they are voting for Harris because they are very, hot. That abortion issue has been a very hot issue. And in Iowa, actually, the poll that came out in favour of Harris this week, the pollster said that was driven by across that state opposition to draconian abortion laws. So that's really interesting that it's a male-female split this time.
Massively split. And you've seen that Trump, in terms of who he's willing to talk to. He goes on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Well,
he's not going and talking to the call me your daddy or whatever.
Well,
it
and
was.
there's
That's
young women on
interesting.
TikTok who are actually posting that they are voting to block out the votes of their fathers. So they are voting for Harris, and they are going, I'm voting for Harris, and that's essentially going to knock out the vote of my dad.
It's splitting households. We're going to come back to our panel in just a few seconds, but I'm told that we have a report from Thomas Coughlan, who is the New Zealand Herald's senior political reporter, and he is in Washington, D.C. at Camp Kamala Harris.
Hello, I'm here at Howard University, Washington, D.C. This is Kamala Harris's alma mater. It's where she got her first degree in 1986. It's an historically black college. It's where African Americans came before the civil rights era in particular to get a degree during a period where they were heavily discriminated against in other universities in the country. Look, it's fair to say that tonight began on an uplifting note. There was a gospel choir, there was a dance group. Then as some of those early results came in, things still got a little bit tense. They're still pretty quiet now, the music's pumping, but I'm not sure if you can see people aren't really dancing. The reason for that is that Donald Trump is performing quite well in these early results. It is early days, it could go any way yet. And certainly it very well may as the night wears on, but results like Florida, in which he won Miami-Dade County, the first Republican to do so since 1988, first Republican presidential candidate, I should say, that certainly suggests that we might be in for a pretty strong night for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, by contrast, she is winning Pennsylvania. The last time I was able to look at the results, but not by enough and not in the right places to suggest she might carry it by the end of the night. Elsewhere, she is trailing where Joe Biden was this time 4 years ago, suggesting things aren't going as well for her as they might otherwise be. But look, it is early days, anything could happen.
It's our New Zealand Herald Deputy Political Editor Thomas Coughlan in Washington, D.C. for us. Coming back to our panel, guys, we've just heard there a bit of an update. Things are kind of where we expect they will be. Todd, what are you looking at? You're glued to your phone there.
Yeah, I am. Look, it's really tight. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, that blue wall. Now, if Harris wins all three, she's the president. But she's got to win all three. And at the moment, Trump is just ahead in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and she's ahead in Michigan, and it's early days in terms of the count. One thing I do want to touch, though, is the exit polls. Some remarkable numbers from that. 73% of all who participated in the exit polls in America were dissatisfied or angry with the state of the country. Now, historically, no party gets re-elected with that degree of disaffection. And so it's been so hard for Harris, who has had to make some distance between herself and Biden and be the change candidate, whilst being hammered for being the vice president for the last 4 years. And of course, Trump has played the economy, immigration. And that is the counter to Trish's very good point that for a huge part of the electorate, abortion access is the number one issue. But if you look at Georgia, for example, the top issue there was the economy at 40%. And North Carolina, economy over abortion.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, abortion was higher. So this is where
It's
each
interesting.
state's different.
And some of the states have abortion on the ballot, which is going to influence things as well. Josie, I was quite intrigued to look at those exit polls. The number of people who said that democracy was their number one issue, and a lot of Democrats actually didn't even mention the economy.
So it's too early to say. Like the exit polls, that they're giving you a data on a few voters. If we look at the polling before today, it was very clear what the top issues were. They were inflation and the economy, immigration and crime, abortion, and then democracy. So Todd's right that no one's ever won the election when the right track, wrong track is in the wrong way for the incumbent government, but also no one's ever won the election when they're not focusing on the key issue that voters want, and it was the economy and it was the inflation. So, it's interesting. It's so close. I mean, if Kamala wins, we'll all be saying, well, of course she was going to win. We should have seen it coming. The Democrats have won every election since 2016. In the midterms, every Senate elections, they've been winning all the time. Abortion and democracy were on the ballot, and abortion was the key issue. If Trump wins, we'll be going, of course we should have seen it coming. He was going to win at any time because Biden was so unpopular by last week. There was so much dissatisfaction with the Biden government. Right track, wrong track was all in favour for the Republicans. Of course, he was going to win. So
all the ingredients are there. We're going to talk about, because one thing we haven't touched on just yet is the House and the Senate. And we talk about consequential. That is hugely consequential, this election, particularly if you had Donald Trump, for example, taking the White House and the Republicans also taking control, or maintaining control of the House and taking the Senate. Boy, what would that mean? We'll talk about that in just a few moments. But right now we're going to Jamie Ensor, who's the New Zealand Herald reporter with us in Lower Hutt this afternoon, the US Ambassador's residence, for a bit of a party, which is the place to be. Jamie, come in. What's happening there?
Here in Lower Hutt, he's having a bit of a party where he's hosted about 100 business people, members of the diplomatic corps and government officials. And I'm joined now by the US Ambassador Tom Udall. Thank you for spending some time with us. Tell us, what's your initial reaction to the results that we have seen so far?
Well, the thing that's so important here, and I keep hearing this from the people that have come, is they're excited about us celebrating democracy. This is still very early, to answer your question, in the presidential race, and so none of the battleground states, the 7 key ones and a few others that some people speculate, nobody's called it. And it's probably going to be a couple of more hours before we start getting into that. But there hasn't been anything that is decisive one way or other at this point. But the best thing is that both sides, we've had a good election, minor problems, but good, solid election. It's been open, transparent, and so that's where we are today.
And Ambassador, you served some time with Kamala Harris in the Senate. Tell us about her and what could a Harris presidency mean for New Zealand?
Yeah, I did serve in the United States Senate with her. I very much believe that she's got good experience. She's been in government a long time. And she just served as vice president for almost 8 years. And I think the important step at this point in time is what actually happens in the election. We don't know, but I think she has the experience to do the job.
And Donald Trump, he's spoken a lot about trade tariffs. Your role is to try and strengthen the US-New Zealand relationship. How do you feel a Donald Trump presidency could hurt or help our relationship?
Well, I don't have any doubt that the relationship with New Zealand will remain strong. It will be a relationship where I've seen in 3.5 years it only get deeper and more focused on how do we stand up for our values, how do we work on our interests, and how do we work together in the issues that are concern the region. And there's huge trust in the Pacific region, in New Zealand and New Zealand officials. And I also want to say, I worked with former President Trump in his position. I worked with his staff. He's obviously had experience in the business sector. He's had experience in government. And I don't get involved
Welcome back. You're watching the New Zealand Herald's live US election special. Apologies for the little interruption there. I thought the Russians were only hacking the US election. Apparently they're going after us at the Herald as well. We apologise for the delay there, for the interruption, but we are back, and on the bottom of your screen, let's do an update on where we're at in this race to 270 electoral college votes. Trump has 195 electoral college votes as we stand here today at the moment. Kamala Harris, 91. Still some big states to be called. You can see the tickers on the bottom of your screen. The one at the very bottom will tell you the percentage of votes that have been counted in each state. If it has an R, that means that Reuters is predicting that will go...
Largest state in America and accounts for 19 electoral college votes. Most analysts reckon that neither Kamala Harris nor Donald Trump has a credible path to the White House without it. If we look at the polling in these states, Trump and Harris are effectively tied, meaning any prediction is almost impossible. It's also possible that some of the races will end up in recounts, meaning we actually won't know the result on election day.
Are pretty crucial, and as I mentioned before we played you that, we want to talk about particularly those Rust Belt states. What's happening there with the class vote? Josie?
Yeah, and it's not just the Rust Belt states. Nationally, about 2/3 of eligible voters are what we would call working class jobs, low income. And even of the voters who turn out of that 2/3 is about, I think, 3/5. So this election will be decided by who has managed to get the working class out, and then again, who has managed to get people to turn out anyway, get their base to turn out. Now, what's interesting about that is it's not, the economy's going well in America. We look at it and we think the economy's going quite well. It's in America that perception of your status compared to others. And I think that's what you're seeing, particularly in the Rust Belt states, a perception that others are doing way better than them, that they used to have jobs that were unionised, that were in factories, that they could buy a boat and go on holiday and buy a house. Now they're in service industries, hospitality, whatever. They're not making much money, which is one issue that has come up. Not much policy in this election, but one was taking the tax off tips. So I think that's the key sector here in this election will be those working class voters. And at the moment they've shifted to Trump. It's whether or not Kamala's done enough to bring them back to the Democrats and build that broad coalition. I think she's tried, whether she had enough time.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of runway, was there? We are going to talk about some of those deeper issues as well. We've got Tim Grosser, the former ambassador, also trade minister, coming on the program in just a few moments. Also, we're going to speak to Charles Finney, who's a top trade negotiator, about those tariffs and those trade issues and whether you can actually revitalise an industry and try and bring back some of those jobs that Josie's been talking about. But right now, let's get an update on the state of play. Garth Bray is our man with the map. Garth, how are we looking?
Ryan, I want to start you off in Ohio. You were talking about that just before. You get pretty Rust Belt there. Ohio at the moment has the big red tick from Reuters for Donald J. Trump, and it's 17 electoral votes. And I think we're also hearing some reports. Obviously, it's an important state because his vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, that's his senatorial seat. Sherrod Brown, the Democrat that's held the other senatorial seat there for as long as anyone can remember and has probably spent the most money of any candidate apart from Kamala Harris in this race, is running about 5 points behind the Republican challenger to that seat. Not looking good. That was taken as an indication of broad general shifts of support in behind the Republican vote. If we pull out on the map there a little bit, we're still seeing the grey there in those highly contested swing seats, Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia, your panel were talking about there, I think. So let's just take a little closer look at North Carolina with 83% of the expected votes counted at this stage. And you can see that there is a very thin lead there of less than 3% for Donald Trump. And I guess we're taking a look to the west of that state as well. We're very, very late in the day and possibly later in the week, we're expected to see votes come in from those areas that were heavily affected by Hurricane Helene. If we take a closer look at some of those other states, Georgia, with its 16 electoral votes, still pretty close to call there, 51 to 48, Trump-Harris. 86% of the expected votes counted. So that's a vote that a state that tends to vote pretty early and brings in a lot of mail votes that, ballot votes that mail ballots that have been counted. So that's also tracking in that direction, but still not a call from Reuters. And then we're back having touchscreen issues. There we go. Taking a look north, Wisconsin. Wyoming, what are we doing there? Okay. All right. Let's just take a closer look there at Michigan. Okay, so we're getting county by county seats here. This is an interesting one. Wayne County, this is the area around Detroit, an area that is looking at the moment like Trump has a narrow lead, an area where there was a lot of heavy campaigning in the last few days of the race, and where there was an open question about whether black and Arab voters, and Arab American voters in particular, were going to be turning out or turned off by the positions that Kamala Harris has taken on issues like the war in Gaza and so on. So at the moment, you'd have to say that's looking like good Trump territory too. Plenty more to see, but you've got some more people to talk to.
See on the bottom of your screen, 195, this is with Reuters, 195 electoral college votes going to Trump right now, 91 to Kamala Harris. I can tell you that Fox News has Trump on 205, Harris on 117. They're also calling, as Garth has mentioned there, Trump for Ohio. We have just gone to 201. Harris has taken Colorado, Trump won Mississippi, Trump has taken Montana, Trump has taken Utah. Those were all expected. And CNN currently on 195 for Trump and 91 for Kamala Harris. So we'll talk about what all of that means in a second. Right now I'm joined by the rest of our panel, who's going to be joining us on our Herald special this afternoon. I'm very pleased to have Tim Grosser, former Trade Minister turned diplomat, on the show. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you for being with us. Ellie Henry, Professor in Marketing and International Business at AUT. Lovely to see you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. And Maria Arkmudian, who is a Senior Lecturer in Politics and International Relations at Auckland University, just back from the US where you've been doing some research.
I was indeed.
Great to have you here.
Great to see you again, Ryan.
How are you feeling?
I'm a little bit anxious about this whole thing.
What about it?
So what I see is that there has been a long trend in the United States. It's been a long trend of polarization that started in the 1980s with a couple of changes in the law that related to the media. And one of those laws made it okay to just lambast one side. It was called the Fairness Doctrine. And then when they repealed that, it enabled this massive amount of kind of hate messages to come through. Didn't have to be the truth, didn't have to balance anything, didn't have to be, respectful. And then there was another law called the Telecommunications Act, in which they allowed for one company to buy up all the media, as much as media as they wanted to, more or less. I'm exaggerating just slightly, but. And I think what you're seeing here is that the tone of the candidate, one candidate in particular, has been
bombastic.
It's been bombastic. It's not been very truthful. And
is that not democracy, though? Tim, I want to bring you in here. Is that not part of democracy, that people can, whether it's true or not? I mean,
before you bring him in, I just want to say one thing about democracy. I think democracy works best when people are civil, when people want everybody to win, when people have a national interest, when people care about one another's well-being as well as their own well-being, when people don't hate one half of the country. That, to me, is like the downfall of a democracy.
I agree with you, but is that not a utopia that perhaps America's not experiencing at the moment? I mean, clearly they're not, right? Clearly they're not. Tim, I'd like to bring you in here because you were the ambassador for New Zealand to the United States. What are you thinking about when you're looking at these results?
Well, the old cliche of the Chinese curse comes to mind. May you live in interesting times. So, I totally endorse what I've just heard here. And I'll just back it up with an anecdote, because I think alongside those societal changes that you've just described are technology changes around the media that have vastly exacerbated this. So now I'll give you instead of doing the usual analysis, I'll give you an anecdote. So I'm invited down by a Trump guy when I was ambassador in Washington to Oklahoma City. And
my home state.
Right. And so first of all, we have a meeting with Steve Adams, which was fantastic. Really nice guy. And I have a picture of me standing beside it. Looks like we belong to different species, because I'm down here and he's up here. And then I give a speech to about 300 so-called Trump people in round tables, about, 30 tables of 10 people. And I give a speech about international things, but the subtext is I'm trying to get across to them, why are you so goddamn scared? Why don't you just sort of calm down? So I went through the speech and they sort of got the subtext. And the first question I got was intriguing. Ambassador, we're really interested in what you've been saying. Where can we get information like this? I mean, just decode what that means. It means they're only watching Fox. The similar audience on the Dem side are only watching CNN. And by the way, I said, get it from the Washington Bureau of the Economist, get it from the British media, because they will give you a reasonably balanced picture without this deep partisan thing. I thought it was an interesting real-world reflection of this deep polarization. And that is actually a big issue in this election.
It's
because
a huge issue. It's kind of controls the election in a way, doesn't it? Because when one side goes this far, the other side has to respond. Ella, when you look at this, do you almost feel kind of good about where we are?
I am reminded of Plato's Republic, where he talked about how too much democracy will result in tyranny. I mean, I'm not quoting him verbatim, it was a couple of thousand years ago. But I think what we see, an interesting example in the United States, is too much democracy, too much freedom, and not enough good information to inform the best democracy that you spoke about. So what you end up with is a sort of ersatz, kind of trying to be democratic whilst at the same time living in one of the most polarised nations on the planet. The growing disparity between the wealthiest and the poorest, the incredible mix of cultures, but this terribly anti-immigrant fear. It's a country of contradictions, and I think elections just exacerbate those contradictions. It looks at the moment like people are calling Trump. That's going to have some profound impacts, if that's true, for us as a nation and for Māori as a people.
Absolutely. I want to talk about some of those implications because you can see on your screen 207 now electoral votes to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris on 91. Remember, the key number is 270. You can keep up to date with that on the bottom of your screen as we speak. Trump repeatedly has said he plans to impose an across-the-board tariff of either 10% or 20% on every import coming into the United States. Now, let's not forget that the United States overtook Australia last year as the biggest export market for New Zealand behind China. So it's incredibly important to us. If you add 10, 20, I don't know, whatever percent he wakes up and decides he wants to add to our exports, their imports, what does that do to the sales for our exporters? What does that do for our economy? Tim, what's your take on this? How big of a deal is it?
One of the things that troubled me about analysing Trump is related to that other cliche that people who love Trump take him seriously but not literally. People that loathe Trump take him literally but not seriously. And as I've said on a few occasions, I finally decided that that's misleading because I think on some issues there is, while he won't do precisely what he says, there is an underlying consistency. Now, look, he will not impose 20% tariffs on everything coming into the country from all countries. And I could go through a host of reasons why that is just crazy and won't happen. But I think he will move in that direction, and that is really bad news. The one thing I'd say to New Zealanders out there, so putting on more my hat as the former trade minister than ambassador, is we're not alone in this. I mean, we've got very powerful friends because of the success of our policy, followed by successive Labour and national-led governments. And I think if he wants to take on the world, he's got a real problem.
We are going to talk more about that with Charles Finney in a few moments. He is a former trade negotiator for New Zealand, was involved in some of the deals that Tim is talking about there with China and the likes. So we'll get to some of that later on in the program. But just picking up on what you said there about Trump and whether you believe him when he speaks. Maria, Trump will investigate, this is one of his most recent rallies, investigate or prosecute his political rivals, including Cheney, who came out in support of Kamala Harris, as well as election workers, journalists, left-wing Americans, among others. He says the military could be used against what he calls radical left lunatics. Is this just, he's at a rally, he's doing the weave?
so hard to know with him. He is so unpredictable, but he's also a guy who has a vengeance. So if somebody is really stepping on his toes, there's no telling, what he might do. He was already railing against the rule of law, as it were, during his presidency, post-presidency, and that is one of the things we have, at stake is the rule of law. One of the things we have at stake are human rights, civil rights, freedom of the press. All of these things are at stake with the Trump election, which could be happening. I guess we'll find out very soon. The other thing that's really at stake for New Zealand in particular is how climate change is going to affect everything. And it's going to affect our primary industries. It's going to affect our insurance rates. It's going to affect our housing, our lives, our environment. So, and he, in the past, had already pulled us out of the Paris Agreement. He thinks climate change is not man-made. He doesn't understand the science and is not willing to even engage with scientists who understand these issues.
Yeah. Interesting, though, watching this campaign, and particularly that debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, you even had Kamala Harris saying, let's drill, and I'm not against fracking. He's pulled that whole debate sideways, hasn't he?
He has set the agenda.
Yeah.
This is one of the problems of this entire campaign, is that the agenda was set by Donald Trump.
Yeah, it certainly was.
And Kamala Harris did not set the agenda. She tried to make it about freedom. She tried to make it about woman's freedom for her own body.
And we will see whether she had some success with that, won't we, as these results come in. 207 votes to Trump at the moment, 91 Electoral College votes to Kamala Harris. We're going to take you now to Michael Morra, who has the best job today. He's down at the pub. He's at the US Consulate party at the Empire Tavern in Auckland. How's the beer?
Thank you, Jonathan. G'day, Ryan. Well, welcome to the Empire Tavern. In terms of American business, this is the biggest party in town. We've got people here from Microsoft, from Dell Computers, from Zespri, from Rocket Lab. And this is all hosted by the American Chamber of Commerce. We just heard from the Consul General, Melissa Sweeney, who spoke about the importance of US and New Zealand trade relations. Of course, the US is New Zealand's second biggest trading partner and the fastest growing. And she spoke about the importance of those key areas like wine, red meat, and tourism. So there's a lot going on here tonight. In terms of capacity, it is a full house. They've got their own fake election going on, so we'll really get a good understanding of the reading of the room in the next hour or so when this is drawn, when we know exactly which side this room is going for. Now, there's a lot of businessmen here, a lot of businesswomen here, but there's also a lot of American Kiwis, a substantial number. Come with me and I'll take you down to the crowd for a bit. There's a fair amount of what you could call American fare on the tables. What I'm talking about is sort of pizza and chips and that sort of thing, although this is pretty much what we get in New Zealand in the pubs and that sort of thing. But I'm joined now by James Brookman and Rebecca. Hey, thanks so much for talking to us. Now, James, you originally from New Jersey. How long have you been in New Zealand for?
I've been here for 24 years, a little more.
And how are you feeling at the moment?
I'm disappointed that Kamala's not doing better at this point. I'm still hopeful, but frankly, I really don't understand America anymore.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Well, to be honest, I detest Trump and everything he stands for and everything he's done. And for this to be happening again, I think is just disgraceful. I don't think that he could have risen to this point again. I really don't understand America for putting him forward and letting this happen, allowing this happen.
Why are you so concerned about a Trump presidency?
Well, listen, just take a look at him. I mean, he's lies about everything. He's a convicted felon. He's a misogynist, racist, sexual assailant. I mean, it's an endless list of atrocities that should be nowhere near the White House. He's completely unhinged. He shouldn't be, he's going to have this guy's going to have the nuclear codes. He's going to pull out of NATO. He's going to impose tariffs on New Zealand that are going to kill exports. And, what about women's right to their own right to choose their own self-determination of their bodies? So I could go on and on. I mean, I just kind of don't know what else to say. I'm just stunned that this is where America is going.
And Rebecca, do you share the concerns here? Tell me about how you're feeling.
I feel worried for America. I feel worried for the rest of the world. I think America sets the pace for politics globally. I think it's a big setback for women, for people of color, for immigrants,
and for the planet,
for the democracy. I mean, the man wants to throw away all the regulations and the tenets of what makes America a democracy. I'm ashamed, actually.
Hey guys, thank you so much for talking to us from the New Zealand Herald. We will come back to you a little bit later in the hour. And of course, this will be going on all night. As you can tell, there's a fair degree of anxiety and nervousness in the air as we're watching the televisions and those votes rolling in. But in saying that, I've actually spoken to quite a number of New Zealand Americans here who wait and see how the results turn out, and it's going to be a tense next few hours.
I think what we just missed there from Michael Morra, who is at the Empire Tavern in Auckland, is that he's spoken to a lot of Kiwi Americans who are actually Trump supporters. They may not be putting their hats on just at the moment, like Todd Muller did, remember that? We actually asked Todd to bring the Trump hat in with him, but he said he wasn't keen to do that. Right, it has just gone 10 minutes away from 5 o'clock, and votes are still being counted in the United States. 207 for Trump right now, 91 for Harris. Fox News has Trump on 211 Electoral College votes and Harris on 117. Let's check in with Garth Bray, who has an update on Iowa right now.
That's right, Ryan. They're definitely wearing their Trump hats there. And I mean, this is a state that typically we hear about at the start of the electoral year in the primaries, and then really nothing much more. It was always expected probably to go Trump, but there was that story that started to pop into this debate, suggesting that independents and women in particular, and older women, were breaking 2-1 for Kamala Harris. However, you can see the big red tick next to Donald Trump, 6 electoral votes for Iowa into his ledger. If we pull that back out and take a look at some of those states that are close by, it's a different story in Wisconsin, where you can see they are neck and neck, 49 to 48, give or take. And with 57% of the vote counted, there's still a long way to go there. So Wisconsin's still very much in play, one of those magnificent 7 swing states. And neighbouring Michigan, what are we doing in Nebraska? Get out of there. If we take a little look in Michigan, with 28% of the vote counted, a pretty strong lead, you'd have to say, for Kamala Harris. But that is a state that is typically slow to report, so a lot of ground to cover there. I guess we'll be taking a look around some of those others. Maybe we can take a quick look at Pennsylvania in the meantime. Oh no, we're back in Iowa. Hope we're playing ball there. Okay, so Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes, still looking crucial at this stage. 66% of the vote counted, and you can see still a narrow lead for the Trump campaign there. Still that bellwether seat, Erie, up in the northwest, indicating strongly for Harris there, with about a third of its votes counted, 2-1 against. That has historically been an indicator that of where the rest of this state will go, but it's not looking like it's picking it at the moment. Back to you, Ryan.
Of course, that Pennsylvania, the crucial state, the one that you almost have to win in order to get yourself to the White House, whether you're Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, with its 19 electoral college votes. It's the king of the swings for a reason. We're going to check in, get the pulse of Washington, D.C. right now with Shane DePoe, who's a Herald columnist, and he's been travelling around the United States in the last couple of weeks. just checking in on some of these swing states. And he's with us live from Washington, D.C. Shane, good to have you on the program. What's the vibe where you are?
Long time no chat. Really happy to be here.
Yeah, what's happening? What are you hearing? And you're obviously looking at the same numbers we are. What's your assessment?
I'm in DC. Look, probably at this point in time, you'd have to say that Trump has the traction, but look, there's still a little way to go. Some things, however, do need to break Kamala Harris's way. Let's see where Michigan is at, where Georgia is at, and also, you know, I know that you've got an update in terms of the electoral college votes, but I don't think California's been counted yet, all called. And then you've got Virginia and Pennsylvania. I think will be interesting. The rural seats tend to come in first because they're smaller booths, but the big city seats of Pennsylvania and of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia still to be called, and they will, I think, go strongly in Harris's direction. I've spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania, probably 10 or 11 days over the last 14, 15 days. It is a state that's always been on a knife edge, however.
Yeah, what exactly are your thoughts on Pennsylvania? I mean, we've just spoken about how crucial it is. What's going to happen?
I think that Harris could well win Pennsylvania. You know, Pennsylvania is like a state, but almost two countries. You've got Philadelphia and you've got Pittsburgh, and then you've got sort of Alabama in the middle. And those votes will come in sooner. And I think those big city polling booths should go Harris's way. It's sort of like the equivalent of waiting for MMP when it's on a knife edge and waiting for Mangere, Manukau East and Manirewa, if I can describe it in New Zealand terms.
Hey, what's the vibe amongst the Democrats? If Trump does continue, and you mentioned California, you know, we still haven't, a lot of water to go under the bridge here. But if Trump does take the White House again, how do Democrats react?
Well, I think they will accept it, actually. I think they will show some sort of leadership. I wouldn't say that if Trump loses even narrowly at this stage. I think it's the best case scenario if you're a Democrat, a Democrat supporter, and his supporters won't accept the outcome. And I don't want to be too hyperbolistic, but I think many Americans would be fearful of some of the consequences.
Are you expecting that we'll hear from Kamala Harris tonight? We've heard from her campaign that she is planning, well, she hasn't said she's definitely going to speak, but that she's planning to speak tonight, no matter the outcome. Of course, Hillary Clinton famously didn't turn up to her own party on election night after that defeat to Donald Trump.
Yeah, so she's at Howard University, which is only about 5 or 6 k's from where I am. I've been talking to people that are very involved in that event, and they're saying it's a 50-50 call whether she comes or not. But Ryan, I think we're going to have much more clarity in the next hour and a half. And, let's wait to see what happens in Michigan. Let's wait to see, although I understand that some services have called Georgia, let's wait to see what happens in Georgia. And let's wait to see what happens in Michigan. And I think that there's still a long way to go in this race. And those big city polling booths ought not to be underestimated. For instance, if you look at Virginia now, Trump is probably ahead, but those northern enclaves of communities in and around Washington, D.C., they swing towards the Democrats quite late in the evening. So, yeah, there's a long way to go, and I wouldn't be cashing in my TAB chip if I was a Republican just yet.
Kia ora, Shane. Good to have you on the show as always. That's Shane Tapo, who's a political commentator and Herald columnist with us, coming to us from Washington, D.C., as he says, just around the corner from where Kamala Harris is due to hold her party or evening event this evening. We're joined in the studio by our panel this afternoon, and it's a very great panel indeed. Tim Grosser, former Trade Minister turned diplomat, Ella Henry, Professor of Marketing and International Business from AUT, as well as Maria Archimudian. Is it better... Ella, I'll start with you. Is it better, do we kind of hope that someone wins by a landslide? Because then it's not contested, then it's not worth rioting over.
I think all the evidence suggests that this is going to be razor thin right to the very end. And remember, at the last election, it still took, 6-7 days for the final count to be in. That may be the case, particularly in some marginal seats. So I don't think either side should be dancing in the streets tonight, but there's obviously cautious optimism in the Republican camp. And now I think we as a nation need to think about what that means in terms of our relationship with the United States and how we move forward, how we deal with our trade, how we create a better relationship moving forward.
What would your advice be to Luxon and co. Dealing with a potential incoming Trump president?
To do exactly what he said, which is we will work with anyone. I mean, this was the issue that I had to deal with when, to all of our surprise, Trump becomes the president. So I dealt with for 3 prime ministers, John Key, Bill English briefly, and then Jacinda Ardern. All 3 took exactly the same position that Chris Luxon is taking now. Just reality. Put aside what your private views are, deal with it.
Because we sort of made a boo-boo, didn't we, the last time round when Trump got in the sense that we didn't maybe...
Along with every single country represented in Washington.
But we made up for it with a great party.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, I don't know how much time you got to go into it, but through, as I've said in public once or twice before, not through any cleverness on our part, through sheer blind luck, we managed to make contact with a very influential person in the Trump team, inside team. So none of the embassies knew what was going on with Trump. But because of this stroke of luck, we then started to organize a series of dinners with these new people that nobody knew. And I brought in the British ambassador because the Brits, with all their resources, didn't know what was going on. And then we held what was the only Trump family sanctioned event during the coronation of Trump as the president, during, what's the word? Inauguration.
Yeah. Which cost us 81 grand, but it was money well spent.
100 grand compared with the importance of the issue. Sorry, this is like chump change. And that certainly helped us here and there. It helped us, for example, get the Kiwi Act, which I don't want to go into the details, it's a bit technical, but a purpose-built deal for New Zealand on visas, which was very valued by our business people. So, $100,000. God, I'd have paid $1 million for that.
Maria, how do you feel looking at, I mean, obviously, you said when you came in here, you're feeling a little bit despondent looking at these numbers. How do you feel about our government, potentially dealing with a Trump presidency?
Look, I think they're absolutely right, my fellow panelists here, that you have to, work with anybody, and for the good of New Zealand, for the good of Aotearoa. And if you understand the psychology of whoever is in the White House, it helps you to be able to do that. And we know that if it is Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris, we know that he just really likes a lot of flattery. And I think, if that's what he needs, that's what he will get, for us to get what we need here.
This is Maria Agmudian, Ellie Henry and Tim Grosser on our panel, and you're watching the New Zealand Herald US election special. It is great to have your company. We're streaming live on YouTube, Facebook and at nzherald.co.nz. My name's Ryan Bridge. It's just gone 5 o'clock here in New Zealand. Polls are still closing in the United States. Votes are still being counted, and we can tell you can see it on your screen. 207 Electoral College votes currently sit with one Donald J. Trump. 145 with Kamala Harris. She's obviously picked up, Colorado in the last few minutes. Obviously, they're calling a few more states for Kamala Harris right now. Trump has picked up Kansas, according to one of our networks. Trump wins Iowa. As we mentioned earlier, Trump wins Ohio with its 17 Electoral College votes. So Trump's still way out ahead, although, as Shane Tepoe pointed out, it is early days and there are still some big states coming through, although California, I see on our map, has been called. That's probably what we can attribute that big jump to for Kamala Harris. So as we sit before you, can't really call it either way, can we? And certainly the US networks are not doing that right now. We're going to take you to Thomas Coughlan, who is New Zealand Herald's senior, oh God, what is his job title? What is he? Deputy Political Editor. I got it wrong the first time, so I thought I should get it right the second time. Deputy Political Editor Thomas Coughlan, who is with Kamala Harris in Washington, D.C.
It's about 11 o'clock here at Howard University, Kamala Harris's HQ for the night. People here are looking at results coming in on CNN. They're getting less and less optimistic by the hour, quite frankly. You probably won't be able to hear it over the sound of the music that's just gone on, but there really isn't a lot of noise here. There is an almost deafening silence. The students in the background, there's a bit of flag waving, but there isn't a lot of cheering as there was earlier in the night. There isn't a lot of joy as there was earlier in the night, just as those results come in, and it looks less and less likely that Kamala Harris can make a recovery. Now, why is that? Well, Donald Trump is performing very well in his heartland, but he's also performing very well in those crucial swing states that he needs to win. When I spoke to you an hour ago, Kamala Harris was winning in Pennsylvania. That has now changed. Donald Trump is now ahead there. Donald Trump is also ahead in parts of his own heartland. Interestingly enough, the New York Times now has a small favourability, a very small favourability, mind, but nevertheless a small favourability that Donald Trump might actually win the popular vote. Now that is something that he has never achieved in his two prior elections. It's actually something that only one Republican nominee for president has managed to do since 1988 when George Bush Sr. ran and won. The other Republican nominee to do that was George W. Bush, who won the popular vote in 2004. It's pretty incredible that since 1988 only one Republican nominee has managed to do that, and Donald Trump might manage to do it tonight. And that is all because he is performing so well in his heartlands and in those swing states. And Kamala Harris, by contrast, is performing relatively poorly in them. She's underperforming where Joe Biden was 4 years ago.
That was Thomas Coughlin with us from Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris expected to speak later this evening, no matter the outcome of tonight's election. 211 Electoral College votes currently sitting with Donald Trump, 145 with Kamala Harris, and you're watching the New Zealand Herald's US election special. It is great to have your company. We are going to talk trade, implications for New Zealand. There is still our chat with Charles Finney to come on the program. We're going to check in with our reporters who are stationed at campaigns and headquarters and also at parties across New Zealand. Right now, though, we're going to go to New Zealand, former American ambassador to New Zealand, Scott Brown, who is joining us, I believe, in Florida. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the New Zealand Herald's election coverage. Great to have you on the show.
Okay.
Seem to be having some issue with the audio at the moment, I think, with Scott Brown. He, of course, was the ambassador to New Zealand while Donald Trump was in power, so he kind of has an idea of what he was like as a boss, and may have some insight as well into what a second Trump presidency might be like. I understand he's actually flown to Florida. Of course, Trump is at Mar-a-Lago to go and be at the party, the potential celebration for a renewed presidency for Donald Trump tonight. So we'll have to wait and see once we get that audio issue finished. But just to recap what is happening, the state of play right now, 211 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 145 for Kamala Harris, and the magic number is 270. Now, I wanted to ask our panel earlier, and they've gone, so I'm sitting here on my own. I'll ask myself, but why 270? You know, because, and this might be a dumb question, but it's all based on population, right? So you've got a bigger population in California, you get more Electoral College votes. That makes sense. Why not just use the popular vote? I mean, would it not have the same effect? I don't understand why they have the Electoral College system. Perhaps Scott Brown can enlighten us. He is now joining us with audio from Florida. Scott Brown, welcome to the show. Kia ora.
Well, kia ora, tena koutou, katoa. It's great to see you. You cut your hair. You don't have the ponytail anymore. Amazing.
Ages ago. Hey, it's great to have you on the show. Great to have you on the show. Where are you? Where are you? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm in Fort Myers, heading back tomorrow. I'm taking a couple of days off. It's been a crazy couple of years. We had our fourth grandchild, and busy with work and life. And I'm like, yeah, I got to get away from all the craziness. And I did see Tim Grosser, and he and I did work in the Kiwi Act, and he's a good man, and I really enjoyed seeing him. And if I may just say one other thing, your other guest said something that you just got to flatter President Trump, and that's all you need to do. Respectfully, I found that very disrespectful. When we were there, we had a fantastic relationship. And when Christchurch happened, President Trump was there with all the resources that I needed to help New Zealand get through that very difficult time. And then we did the Kiwi Act with Tim Grosser and with Chris Liddell, and it's another thing that he did, and the P8s and a whole host of other things. So it'll be a great relationship once again.
I think that the issue with Trump, and you're right, I mean, it is disrespectful to describe a former president or potentially a new president like that. But I guess it's the way that he speaks. And to the rest of the world, you must see that it is, I mean, uncouth would be a kind way of putting it.
Well, listen, he's speaking, unfortunately or fortunately, like a lot of people speak, and not only here, but in New Zealand. Is he the smoothest talker? No, but what a lot of folks have been doing, is you're seeing from the results, is they're looking at in 2016 when he was in charge, were things better or are they better now? And they're not. Between the illegal immigration, the high inflation, the high cost of goods, not being energy independent, there's so many things that are upside down that people are saying, yeah, I don't really care how he speaks. I know that I have money in my pocket. I know that gas prices were low, the border was secure, and we had a better station in the world. That's what they're basing it on. Forget about how he speaks. They don't really care. They just care about their pocketbooks and wallets, their safety and security, and their futures.
And is that what is going to get him a second presidency? Is that what we're watching right now?
Yeah, I think he's going to win. He's going to win North Carolina. He's going to win Georgia. And he's outperforming in almost every area. And he's bringing along a broad coalition of black, he's outperforming with black men, black women, Hispanic men in particular, in all these areas that Joe Biden really crushed him. Listen, when you don't debate, when you don't do interviews, I mean, I always did interviews with you. I welcome them. I love to come on and debate. And she hid for so long. I thought it was a real poor, I don't know who was advising her, but it didn't do her any favors, because every time, what are you going to do about the economy? Well, let me just start by saying I'm class. No one about that. Tell me how you're going to put money back in pockets. Tell me how you're going to actually make our cities secure. There's no reason Venezuelan gangs should be taking over housing complexes in Colorado. I mean, that's the type of stuff that people are tired of. And so that's he's going to win. There's no doubt in my mind.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is going to be close, and they say they have this big turnout. Well, they have to come up with 700,000 votes, because for once the Republicans played like the Democrats, and they came out early and they did early voting, which is legal. And so they have the Democrats have to come up with 700,000. So, oh, there's lines at the colleges. Great, you got a college that has 5,000 people. You got another one that has 20,000. You have another one. They're not all voting for her. Then you have the unions. Well, one of the biggest unions endorsed President Trump. So, they say, oh, these massive lines. Yes, but there's not going to add up to 700,000 votes. Not all those people, number one, are voting for her. And more importantly, it's too little, too late. I think they took it for some of these people for granted, quite frankly.
Scott, you have lived in New Zealand. You were the ambassador here. You know what it's like as a small trading nation at the bottom of the world, what it's like for us when people talk about tariffs. And Trump was speaking at a rally in Chicago last week. He said, tariff is my favorite word in the English language. And I mean, you can understand why that frightens us. Should we believe him when he says he's going to put a 10, 20% tariff on all goods coming into the United States? Do we take him at his word?
Well, it's not all goods from New Zealand. It's all goods from countries that are not allowing us to actually have equal access to their markets. And he already did it. And actually, Joe Biden and his administration added to it with China. So if they were so bad, why didn't Joe Biden immediately reverse them all? They actually added more tariffs to China because they're unfair. And you all know that. I mean, God, have they turned around any planes or left your Kiwis at the docks anymore? I mean, I remember the stuff that they pulled. That's what they do. They use their hard and soft power to over leverage Pacific Island nations, manipulate their currency, build and militarize islands. They're not playing by the same rules. And Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton said the same thing when they came to New Zealand, that if they want to be a good leader and good partner, they have to start playing by the rules. So listen, obviously New Zealand is an amazing country, and it was an honor. And I miss it so much. And I have a lot of friends that I speak to that are listening and watching right now. So I just open mind, because, obviously it's going to be a different administration. Simple as that.
I have to say, you're looking very, very relaxed. I don't know if it's the T-shirt, I don't know if it's the hair, or I don't know whether it's the result you're looking at.
It's a New Zealand shirt. Come on, look.
I can't quite make it out. It looks very cool.
Oh my God, it's the famous bird. Come on.
Ah, I see. I got you. It's a tui. Scott Brown, former American ambassador to New Zealand. Thank you very much for your time. Great to have you on the program. Scott Brown saying there, Donald Trump is going to win. Pennsylvania will be tight, but there is a path to the White House without Pennsylvania, potentially for Donald Trump, according to Scott Brown. Also saying there that don't be too worried about the tariffs, they may not even apply to us. Right, I want to bring in the Herald's Madison Reedy and Liam Dan, who are with us here to talk about the markets, the reaction, but also the potential deficit implications, potential inflation implications from a Trump versus a Harris presidency. Guys, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Great to have you here. I'll start with you, Maddie. How are the markets reacting to what's going on today? How have they reacted?
Well, in the lead up to this, it has been what I call Trump pump. So others call it the Trump trade. Bond yields have been surging. Gold has been hitting record highs. Bitcoin only an hour ago hit an all-time high of 75,000 US dollars. Obviously, Trump is in favour of Bitcoin, says that he's going to make America, if he wins, the sort of Bitcoin country. In the lead up to this, the major US equity market, the stock market, the S&P 500, was up 21% year to date. The NASDAQ, the tech-heavy stock market, was up 24% year to date. According to Investopedia, that is the best pre-election in an election year performance on the US equity market since the year 1936. So these were all pricing a Trump presidency. If you look at the betting markets, which is something that's actually different this time around for this election, they made it legal to actually bet on the US election result. Yeah, exactly. So you can do that through Robinhood, things like Polymarket, and we've been watching that all afternoon, Liam and I, and that is overwhelmingly picking Trump as president. So even though mainstream media may not be calling it yet, the market has it priced in.
And they have been doing that for some time. Aside from that poll in Iowa where everyone went, oh, maybe Harris has a way through here.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Markets have called it. And there's no political bias there, really. It's just about making money. So you can look at them and go, look, markets can be wrong, and they can be horribly wrong. So that's something to hold on to if you're a Harris supporter. But at this stage, it looks overwhelmingly like they see Trump coming in, and they're positioning themselves for this kind of what we might get if he delivers on these tariffs, which are inflationary, whether he likes it or not, and possibly masses of tax cuts, which he's talked about up to 12 different tax cuts wherever he goes. He promises a new thing for returned servicemen or for childcare credits and all this sort of stuff. Some of it which actually looks kind of like left-wing policy. So, it adds up to, and I'll check my notes here, $3 trillion US over the next 10 years coming out of US government revenue if all of it was delivered, and that's almost implausible. He says that tariffs will make up the difference, and he can use, as you say, his favourite word, tariffs. They'll deliver all this revenue for the US government, but I don't think anyone quite believes that. I guess we're in a giant uncharted experiment, really, in terms of what he actually does.
With a deficit. And the other thing we haven't talked about, and perhaps more importantly, is what's happening with the House and the Senate. Have you guys got an update on that? Have you been watching what is happening there? Because it's crucial. That's where you get your fiscal stimulus plans and your spending plans through.
Precisely. I haven't been watching. I've been so overwhelmingly stimulated by the betting markets this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm really honest, the gambling is really exciting
to watch. A little bit of bubble gum for the brain.
But this is actually a really good point, right? Because even if he wanted to go with that universal tariff on all goods coming into the US, which to Liam's point would of course be directly inflationary, it would directly increase the price of consumer goods coming into the US. Whether or not there's American appetite for that at the moment, they're finally starting to see some Federal Reserve rate cuts. They had one that was even bigger than our first one, 0.5%. They're finally getting some relief. Probably good to note that is actually also what's fueling equity markets, so it's not all Trump pump. But to your point, to come back to that he would actually need Congress approval to go with a universal tariff. But on the margin, he can go with a reciprocal tariff. If he said, we had duties on American goods, he could match it. So he could go with something like that, but a universal tariff would require that tick, and that would, if he had a Republican-led Congress, then that would make that a lot easier.
Even if he gets a clean sweep, it's not a straight bet because there are Republicans who understand the economy still in there. And there's this famous line, James Carville, who was Bill Clinton's strategist and was the guy who came up with "It's the economy, stupid," once said that if he could come back as anything, he used to want to come back as, I don't know, but he wanted to come back as bond markets because they scare everyone, right? So
they're so boring.
I know.
But the bond
and who really understands them anyway?
Well, no, look, the bond markets are bigger than anything in this global economy, and if you saw what happened to Liz Truss, for example.
Yeah.
So there's a point. The point is that politicians can only go so far. Even with support of Senate and Congress, you could blow up the US economy. Now that would be kind of unheard of. The US economy is the one economy in the world that can kind of endlessly tap bond markets. But bonds are essentially borrowing. So it's essentially borrowing trillions more dollars, and then they have to flood the market with bonds, and that pushes the interest rates up for everyone, including the Americans. And nobody likes their interest rates going up.
Certainly don't. I've got
Yeah, it's not bad.
Hey guys.
Could be worse. All right, yeah. Oh well, we should stay upbeat.
While we're sitting here, I'm going to check the markets. I put my phone on airplane
Foolishly
mode, but I'll
didn't.
bring it
Well, I
back.
didn't bring my phone in because it always goes off for me.
Yeah. I've got so many cards and I've lost all of the ones I had prepared for you. Welcome back. You're watching the New Zealand Herald US election special, interrupted yet again by a pesky wee bug. We apologise for that, but it's great to have you with our coverage this afternoon. And we do have updates for you. You can see on your screen 211 electoral college votes projected for Trump right now, 165 for Kamala Harris. And just in the last few moments, Harris has been projected by some US networks to take Oregon, which is no surprise. However, what's also happening is that some networks, I want to emphasise, not Reuters at the moment, who we are relying on as our partner, are projecting that Donald Trump will take North Carolina. Now, that is a particularly contested swing state, heavily affected by the hurricane that came in Helene in the last couple of weeks. So a very crucial state. And some networks, not all of them by any stretch of the imagination, but some are projecting that those 16 electoral college votes from North Carolina will go to Donald Trump, which is a huge development here as we continue to count up, I should say, to 270, which is the key to get you into the White House. We're going to visit Jamie Ensor now, who is at the US Ambassador's residence in Lower Hutt, of all places, for a bit of a shindig. Jamie, what's happening there? What's the mood like?
Yeah, the mood is, well, it's a bit somber. People are starting to drift out. The US ambassador has been hosting business people, members of the diplomatic corps, and other officials today, all here to celebrate the American electoral process. Now, inside, there are flags covering the walls. There's blue, red, and white cupcakes, and quite a few glasses of bubbly around. Attendees played an election-based trivia game at one point, but of course, everyone just wants to know those results. So what do the attendees here think? Well, as you'd expect with this bunch, they want to have it both ways. They don't really want to give a straight answer, just in case they have to end up working with the new president. However, it's important to note that the US Ambassador Tom Udall is a previous Democratic senator. He worked with Kamala Harris at one point, so you'd expect he was secretly in the inside hoping that she pulls through. Now, Elon Musk's name was mentioned at one point. He, of course, supports former President Donald Trump, and there were a few murmurs, maybe you'd call them groans, in the crowd at that time. Also, we spoke to a woman who is here from New Mexico in America. She's here having a bit of a holiday in New Zealand, and she joked that if Donald Trump is re-elected tonight, she might even stay here in New Zealand. So it gives you a bit of a feel of the vibe here at the ambassador's residence.
Did they give you that, or did you bring that yourself? I don't think he finds that very funny. Not as funny as I find his hat. It's 29 minutes after 5 here in New Zealand. Polls still closing, votes still being counted across the United States. 211 electoral college votes for Donald Trump right now, according to Reuters, who is our partner. 165 for Kamala Harris. Let's go to Garth Bray, he's a man with the map. He's going to give us the lay of the land and update us on some of those crucial calls that are being made. Garth.
Thanks, Ryan. And I wish I'd brought my Stetson now. I see Jamie rocking the top hat there. Look, I'm going to take you to Arizona at the moment because polls have been closed there for about an hour and a half. And so the count's well underway there in a state that is absolutely razor thin there. Look, 49.6 to Trump, 49.5 to Kamala Harris, with 51% of the vote counted. However, look, important caveat, that massive seat there, Maricopa County, at the heart of Arizona, Phoenix, that's the sort of enormous district with so many precincts that they talk about a result possibly not even being finalised until midday tomorrow our time. If we punch back out and head east, taking a look at Wisconsin with its 10 electoral votes, we're seeing a pattern starting to emerge here. That's a 3% lead that Donald Trump has in that crucial swing state. If we keep tracking over, Michigan, same story. Trust me on that, about a 3% lead. Let's forget about Missouri for a second. We were talking about North Carolina there for a moment. Again, roughly a 3% lead with 87% of the votes counted. And as you were mentioning before, Ryan, some networks in the States starting to call that one for Trump, not Reuters, not for us at the moment. So a picture starting to emerge there of a pretty persistent 3% lead in some of those crucial swing states, with Pennsylvania, those still massive numbers to count. What are we, 77% of expected votes counted? If we take a look at places here like Montgomery County, big sort of ex-urb suburb outside of Philadelphia. They've got something like 865,000 potential votes to count, 400 odd polling places. So a really, really big job just trying to get on top of that. And it's, what are we now? 11:30 US time, Eastern time. It's going to be a long night there, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like it, Garth. Thank you. That's Garth Bray with our electoral map. We've got a panel in here right now. Well, we brought them back in. We thought we'd give them another suck at the sab. They didn't do too badly last time. Trish Sherson's back. Hey, Trish.
Hello.
Good to see you. Josie Pagani's back and Todd Muller. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Welcome back. So, first of all, just some quick reactions, because we're going to go to some campaign highlights in a second, but some quick reactions of where we're at right now. Trish, you talked about that, the Georgia, North Carolina compass, and we're seeing some movement here.
Yeah, that's right. So to look at the way it's going to go tonight, you need to look at Georgia, North Carolina first in the south, because they're giving us an early indication. If they both go for Trump, it makes it very, harder for Harris. She would then have to win that blue belt, the 3 states, Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in the north. Interestingly, that block of 3 has voted the same way since 1988. So,
be it for the Democrats or that once for Trump in 2016.
Exactly. So last time it was for Biden, 2016 it was for Trump, but they have traditionally voted as a bloc.
Little threesome, they stick together, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Josie, what's your read on what we've just heard?
Yeah, I think the thing about Georgia, though, I think Trump will win it, and that was expected, even though Biden won it only just by 0.2% last time. But it'll be by how much he wins it. So if he wins it, confidently by 3 or 4 or 5 points, then it's not a good sign for Harris. Pennsylvania is interesting. It looks like the main issues there. Remember, we said that there's never been a president who hasn't won, who hasn't talked to the main issue that voters say is the main issue. And in this case, inflation, cost of living, the economy. The big issues in Pennsylvania: fracking and tariffs. So again, it comes back to that, Pennsylvania has a big percentage of what we would call working class voters who are going, hey, we don't like all this climate stuff. We've lost our jobs. We want someone who's going to bring back fracking.
Which is why we saw them change strategy, right? And Kamala Harris basically disowned her previous.
And that was the strategy, I think, for her to say, look, I can reach out to people who've not supported us in the past. I can build a broad coalition. It's just, did she have enough time to do it? That's the key thing.
Well, and the other interesting thing about the ground game in Pennsylvania is that Trump has essentially contracted it out to Elon Musk. So Musk has moved into Pennsylvania for the last weeks of the campaign. He has been running the ground campaign there, pouring in, millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah. Handing out $1 million checks.
It seems nuts.
Well,
to me, I'm like, what kind of wacky system are they running where you get these 1 or 2 or 3 states who have or 7 states who have all this power? Why don't they just use the popular vote?
Well, it's a great question, and we look at it and think this seems
Answer
ridiculous.
that in a soundbite, Todd.
Well, not in a soundbite, but the main reason is right at the start of the establishment of America, there was large states even back then in the 13 colonies. Ironically, Pennsylvania and New York. And the other smaller colonies didn't want the elections dominated by those 2 states. So they were very focused on creating this electoral college, which allowed essentially, the smaller states to have a greater say. And of course, what we're seeing here is 7 of those states having a disproportionate say. But hey, every political system has small parties that can wag the tail of the dog, and this is the American version.
It certainly is. You're watching the New Zealand Herald's US election special. It has been a long campaign, and I think it was 2 years ago that Donald Trump announced that he would be returning, getting back on the campaign trail and trying to get back into the White House. Well, it has been a very long campaign indeed. Let's take a look back at some of the memorable moments. I could reenact some of those moments for you, but I don't know how well I do. We'll bring you that clip in just a second. What was your standout moment from this campaign? I'm going to kick this off by saying it has to be Joe Biden's fumble in that debate. That was a defining moment of the campaign because it changed everything. Trish, what was yours?
That defined it. I actually thought the other defining moment, and it was from that debate actually, was when Donald Trump talked about World War III being closer than any of us had imagined. And to me, in my adult life, that is the first time I've heard a US presidential candidate or any of our, leaders of our major allies say anything like that.
Mind you, Trish, it's the first time you've heard a presidential candidate talk about the size of a golfer's genitalia, so I'm not sure we can really say that this is a...
This is true.
And that was one of the tamer comments.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
Yeah.
when you put them in the list.
One of the weirdest moments, apart from the 30 minutes of swaying to YMCA and 1980s hits, was listening to a presidential candidate and Trump talk about whether he'd rather be electrocuted on a battery of a sinking boat or eaten by a shark. And if you told me 5 years ago that Obama and Dick Cheney would be supporting the same candidate, that we'd have a candidate like Trump talking about sharks and being electrocuted, and North Korea would be waging a war in Europe, you would have gone, that's nuts. But everything's happening.
And of course, all his President Trump's former cabinet members have made it clear they don't support him for a second term, which is simply astounding. I think it's hard to go past almost being assassinated and the resonance that has in American culture. Those of a religious persuasion holding a view that actually this is a man with a mission. He has clearly got more work to do on this earth. And that appeals to a part of the electorate. And one thing you can say about the guy, love him or hate him, he has a remarkable ability to just capture. The iconic pictures of this campaign have all been him. Right?
The garbage truck,
the garbage
high-vis
truck,
vest.
the high-vis vest.
Or even the mugshot.
The mugshot.
At the very beginning.
Exactly.
It's on T-shirts.
Exactly. You would have thought that would have been, let's not go through the litany of reasons why he shouldn't be a candidate. The fact is he is, and sitting here now, he's odds on to win.
Let's take a look at some of those most memorable campaign moments, and we've been reminiscing about some of them here. Let's take a look. Several making Trump the first former American president convicted of felony crimes.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The judge later delayed sentencing till after the election, and the news cycle just moved on.
That I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
This first and only presidential debate between the two candidates raised serious questions about Biden's mental state.
For what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish.
I think I witnessed the unofficial end of the Biden campaign.
What we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people.
He looked weak and confused. I like him. No way you could believe this man could be commander-in-chief for more years.
Those questions, that pressure would linger as Biden got COVID and images of him struggling went viral. Meanwhile, Trump gained momentum. The Supreme Court granted him partial immunity in his election subversion case, and then this. An assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, creating the most iconic image of the campaign. The contrast between a seemingly strong Trump and a weak Biden also played out in the polls.
President Biden has fallen behind former President Donald Trump by 6 points.
Pressure from within the Democratic Party mounted, and on July 21st, Biden quit the race.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation.
Enter that new generation in VP Kamala Harris.
So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
The Democrats snatched momentum and the polls picked up. The donations started to flood in.
But we are not going back.
Harris added Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to her ticket. Trump had already selected Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Leading third-party independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy suspends his campaign, endorsing Trump. In the first debate with Harris, the gloves came off.
And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
The lines of attack descending into the absurd.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
You talk about extreme.
Many say Harris won that debate, but her honeymoon was short-lived. A second planned assassination attempt on Trump as he played golf made headlines. And as polls tightened, the Democrats' changed strategy, went on the attack.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Well, it's true. These guys are just weird. And it's, you know, they're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something.
That Donald Trump is someone who, I quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist.
And that just about brings us up to speed on this truly bizarre campaign marred by personal insults and some rather extreme language.
She's a fake, a fraud, she's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country.
She is the devil, whoever screamed that out. She is the Antichrist.
I don't see no stinking Nazis in here.
I know, it's like, whoa, it's a lot. You're watching the New Zealand Herald's live election coverage for the United States, and we are having hearing some big calls being made at the moment, including CNN announcing North Carolina for Donald Trump. We've had other networks do that already, but CNN now reporting that they think Donald Trump will take North Carolina, the crucial swing state. Also, apparently, Kamala Harris's campaign chair telling supporters in Washington, D.C., where she is holed up tonight, to, quote, get some sleep. The blue wall is still in play. It's going to be a long night. Go home, get some sleep, come back in a couple of hours. They are obviously betting that there will be a blue surge, a blue shift that comes and moves some of these swing states. Todd Muller, Trish Gerson and Josie Pagani are with me this evening. Todd, I'll start with you. That North Carolina development, how big's that?
It's very big, and so he's got that. He's ahead by 120,000 in Georgia, with 93% of the vote counted. I think that will get called shortly. And so now, as Trish and Josie have said, it's the Rust Belt, it's Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Trump is leading across all three. Now, this time 4 years ago, he was leading across all three, but of course Biden caught up, counting all those votes that were posted in because it was COVID, and that's what the Democrats are relying on now. I don't think there will be enough of them at this stage for that to work.
So you're essentially saying you think Trump has won the White House?
Yes, I am.
Josie?
Yeah, I mean, I think the question you have to ask is how do we get here where this is so very close? And the polls are right? One interesting little fact, this is the first election in America without a Biden, a Bush or a Clinton since 1976.
Yeah,
so it's a very strange system for us that you could have these dynasties kind of dominate. But the real question, why is it so close? Why have both sides failed to build a broad coalition? And the reason it's called the Blue Wall is that those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, were safe Democratic seats. It was a blue wall, and that blue wall has fallen, since post-Obama. So before that, parties, even Obama, but certainly Reagan, Clinton, Bill Clinton, would win, over 50%, a clear win. And so they would do that by building a broad coalition of not just their base, but people who are not their normal voters. Both sides will be able to appeal to the voters of the other side. Why has that not happened? And I think it comes down to a culture war where, you've got on the left, it's been dominated by identity, race, immigration, soft on immigration. Those are the issues that the left has focused on. On the right, you've had this sort of race baiting from Trump. You've had this, the nastiness and the sort of personal attacks. So you've got these very kind of polarised cultures where you've got one side, Kamala having, podcasts with Brené Brown, who's a wellness guru, and mindfulness, and then you've got Trump and JD Vance having podcasts with Joe Rogan and being supported by
macho
so
dudes.
you've got a real culture war.
Yeah, absolutely. Very quickly from you, Trish, do you agree with Todd Muller that we're basically seeing Trump take the White House back right now?
I think the question from here is Trump's strategy tonight. So what his supporters have been picking is, even if tonight it hasn't been officially called, that he might come out and call it himself, because it puts him in the lead of the narrative. If then over the next few days you get a move back to blue, then it gives him the ground to say, hey, this was a rigged election. So I think that's the next thing to watch.
Todd has been laying the groundwork quite nicely for him. If you didn't catch that, Todd Muller, who's the former National Party leader, he reckons, and it is an educated guess at this point, I think we can all agree with that.
I haven't put my house on it.
Hasn't put his house on it quite, but has said that he believes, as we stand here, and Fox News has Donald Trump with 230 Electoral College votes, Kamala Harris with 211. He's now been predicted by CNN to have won North Carolina. According to CNN, they haven't quite got their numbers up yet, but according to us, 230 for Trump and 165 for Kamala Harris. So, are we watching one of the greatest political comebacks in recent history in Donald Trump returning to the White House? We'll have to wait and see. Right now we're going to Michael Mora, who is at a consulate party. He's with the US Consul General, Melissa Sweeney. Michael, how's the vibe there? What are people saying? Are they expecting that Trump is going to take this?
The vibe is still cranking here. We've got 200 people packed out here at the party for the American Chamber of Commerce. And I'm just joined now by the Consul General for Auckland, Melissa Sweeney. Thanks so much for being with us. Melissa's only been here for 3 months in New Zealand, and we look like we're having momentous change yet again in the United States. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. Every time we have an election in the United States, it's really exciting for us to participate. Democracy is the best form of government, and a free and fair election is the cornerstone of democracy. And so for me here in New Zealand to be able to experience this, surrounded by a bunch of Americans as well as some Kiwi colleagues who are interested in experiencing our elections, it's a pretty exciting and a really good high-energy experience.
Now, if Trump comes into power, which is being predicted as likely at the moment, how will that change our bilateral relations?
So every time there's a change in the presidency, there can be some changes in policy, in our foreign policy. In general, our key interests remain the same as far as promoting security, prosperity, democracy, and development in the U.S. and abroad. And so I don't anticipate too great a change on the U.S.-New Zealand bilateral relationship.
You think there'll continue to be continuity, even with Trump in power?
I think there's pretty strong bipartisan support for the U.S. engagement with the Pacific region and New Zealand. With that long-standing history between the United States and the U.S., we're close partners and we're good friends. And so I don't anticipate there to be a dramatic shift in our relationship.
Now, trade is a massive issue, of course, and we know that Trump is talking about introducing tariffs and that sort of thing, which is concerning a lot of people here in this audience. How do you negotiate that as a diplomat if there's going to be tariffs introduced on, key goods? What do you do with your people? How do you approach that?
Yeah, so I've actually heard a lot of concerns from our Kiwi counterparts here this evening. What I can say is that the U.S. State Department is a nonpartisan institution, and we work faithfully to execute the policy of any administration that's in power. And so if tariffs are something that becomes one of the key priorities for the new administration, if Trump is to win, then we would work with the new administration to execute the foreign policy of their choice.
Now, one of the things that I keep thinking about, and I know a lot of New Zealanders have mentioned it to me as well, is why is it that US politics seems so fractured and the system is so fractured? Don't people back home and don't yourself think that it needs to change?
So the U.S. is made up of 50 states, and states have a really important role in our democracy. There's a lot of pride and a lot of importance placed on the role of states. We're a federal system, and so each state has its own system for voting, and they have their own checks and balances in place to make sure that the vote reflects the will of the people and is accurate.
And how do we think? I mean, when will we have a final result? When are you picking that?
That's a great question. I wouldn't speculate. I don't have a crystal ball, but certainly looking at the electoral college votes is really important to be tracking who is the first candidate to get to 270 votes. Now, because this could be very close elections, each of those state electoral systems have processes in place to review the return. So if there are concerns about it being a very, very close margin, there are opportunities to recount and to audit those results. So it could take quite a while.
And who can do that? Can a candidate do that?
So each state system is different, but in general, there are opportunities for the candidate to make a request, for voters to make a request, or for the courts to initiate a recount.
U.S. Consul General in Auckland, Melissa Sweeney, thanks so much, and I'll throw back to you right in the studio.
Live election coverage, 230 electoral college votes according to Reuters for Donald Trump right now, 165 for Kamala Harris. And it looks like at the moment the Republicans have flipped 2 seats in the Senate as well. Currently they are ahead of the Democrats. So things are certainly looking good if you are a Republican this afternoon, this evening. They are certainly looking good if you are Donald Trump in terms of your chances about getting back to the White House. Right now, Donald Trump said, and I mentioned this earlier on in the program, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. It's my favourite word. He said this to a gathering in Chicago about a week ago. And here in New Zealand, we like 2 different words, free trade. We've got some of the best FTAs in the world, including Southeast Asian economies, Australia, the UK, EU, Singapore, Korea. This week, the Gulf states, we announced that. Soon, hopefully, one with India. We'll have to wait and see. And they make us richer, these FTAs. We know this. Our biggest deal, China. Two-way trade on signing in 2008 was worth about $8 billion. Today, $40 billion. It's quadrupled. China's now our #1 trading partner. The United States, we don't have an FTA with them, but they just passed the Aussies as our #2 export market. $15 billion, up to use a Donald Trumpism, huge 16% last year. So it's massive to us. So if Trump puts his favourite word into action, how screwed are we here in New Zealand? Charles Finney is going to answer these questions. He was a former diplomat, trade negotiator, worked at the highest levels on deals with Singapore, China, Taiwan, some of the others that I mentioned. Great to have you on the program.
Pleasure.
Thank you for being with me. Are we screwed?
Well, it's looking grim. You know, if you look at the results, it looks like it might be Trump in the White House, and that means higher tariffs for New Zealand exporters. Not sure yet whether it's 10 or 20%, but he's talking about figures of that order. Also, he's talking about imposing very high tariffs on China. And as you just noted, China is our major market. So we're going to see retaliation from China. What will that mean for New Zealand? I don't know. So we're looking at a huge disruption to the trading patterns in this region, and our major trading partners are going to be involved. So we're going to have to be very nimble.
Because we have quite premium products, don't we, that go to the United States in terms of our red meat, in terms of our dairy. If you're slapping a tariff on top of that and you've got a cost of living crisis in the States and you're going to the supermarket or the restaurant, you're making decisions, it's going to affect us more than others potentially, is it?
Well, potentially, and that's what we don't know yet. What is going to happen to American free trade agreements? So if America is going to maintain free access for Australia, some of the Latin Americans, that's going to mean that these higher tariffs are even more significant, more negative for New Zealand exporters. But he has been making in the last couple of weeks some utterances about Mexico. There's a very important free trade agreement linking Canada, Mexico and the United States. If he rips that up, who knows what he's going to do to other free trade agreements. But at this stage, New Zealand exporters are going to have to be thinking very hard about the US market and what this is going to mean. Already we're seeing Chinese exporters with plans to try and get product into the United States before Inauguration Day. The head of Maersk is talking about the big pressure being put on the shipping lines to get that product across the Pacific so it can be in the United States before Trump is inaugurated. We're going to see a major disruption, not just in terms of the actual tariff effect. We're going to see a supply chain which is really choked. And we know know that's not a good thing.
Well, no, we experienced that during COVID, didn't we? It was a nightmare.
Yeah.
We spoke to the former ambassador, Scott Brown, on the program earlier. He said, don't worry, the tariff thing won't happen to you because it's only aimed at countries that put tariffs on us.
Well, I hope he's right.
Yeah, so
I'd be delighted. You'll be hearing the champagne corks popping at my place if that's true. But look, we had the aluminium and steel tariffs imposed upon us for national security reasons under the last Trump administration. They're still there. They haven't been taken off by Biden. My interpretation is that they will be applied, and any exporter that thinks they won't is going to be very brave, I think. You know, it might happen. But I think we should be planning on that worst case scenario of at least a 10% tariff.
Is there any scenario where, because obviously he wants to hit China harder than he wants to hit anyone else, is there any scenario where we might actually benefit from the United States imposing a huge tariff on Chinese goods coming in?
Yeah, I think that consumers in New Zealand will probably benefit because China's going to have to find somewhere for its products, so particularly EVs will be even cheaper in New Zealand than perhaps they were before. But also the Chinese are going to be retaliating against US product, probably agriculture product, so maybe our agricultural exporters to China will be benefiting. So in the short term, I can see potential gains, but perversely, at a time when we're trying to tell our exporters, maybe don't put all your eggs in the China basket, China's probably going to become more important for us.
I'm going to bring in our wider panel in just a second, but is free trade still sexy? Because we trade on it, right? Literally, I mean, it's our bread and butter. Has it lost a bit of its allure as you look to countries, not just the United States, that are getting more protectionist, that is, you know, Trump's saying, I can bring back manufacturing and the Rust Belt and stuff like that. I mean, has it lost a bit of its shine?
Look, any stage one economic student knows that's rubbish. But most of the members of the WTO are actually negotiating free trade agreements with others. All around the world this is happening. We've just done the deal with GCC. We did UAE the month before. There are serious talks going with India. Every day I'm reading about new free trade agreements being negotiated between one party or another. The problem is the United States is an outlier. And there are certain other parties, larger players, who will, for certain product areas, be protectionist. But I think that what will happen if Trump is elected is that we will be working more closely with our other members of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we'll be having much closer dialogue with the EU, and it'll be very interesting to see what flows from that. GCC will be part of that mix as well.
Yeah,
There's hope. There's hope.
Let's hope. Let's fingers crossed. A very interesting analysis from you. Thank you very much for that, Charles Finney, who's a former a former trade negotiator, top trade negotiator for New Zealand. It is 230 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump right now, 165 for Kamala Harris. Our wider panel includes Tim Grosser, former trade minister turned diplomat. Welcome back. Great to have you back. And Ella Henry, who is Professor in Marketing and International Business at AUT. Lovely to see you back too. Tim, we've talked a lot about trade. For you, what's the biggest issue for New Zealand when you're watching the US election?
Well, trade is the biggest issue in terms of its immediate impact on New Zealand, and I agree 100% with what Charles has said. I would have nothing important to add to it. But the bigger issue than trade is the international security issue. Now, we have here an extraordinary situation that we've always had with the United States called the lame duck period, this extraordinary gap between the election of the new president and the time that he or she takes office. It's about 2 months. Now, this is difficult at the best of times, right? And of course, if it's the existing president that's re-elected, no problem. But assuming Trump is going to get the election for the reasons you just outlined, I think this is a very unusual and a really quite dangerous situation. We have 2 wars going on with global implications, one in Europe and one in the Middle East. And the position of the United States is central to what is going to happen next, both in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Even more than that, the 2 principal, I'll call them decision makers, in terms of the people who are finally going to decide, am I going to escalate or not escalate? Am I going to negotiate or not negotiate? Are Putin and Netanyahu. We know, without having any access to intel, we know from the public media that they're both going to be deeply influenced by what they think Trump is going to do. So to me, that is a very unusual, very unsettling situation that even, to use the obvious metaphor, Trump's Trump.
Yeah, really interesting point. And obviously security should always be front of mind, shouldn't it? It's just gone 6 o'clock. It's just gone 9 p.m., 12 a.m. Eastern time in the United States. We're going to get to some more results in just a second. But Ella, I wanted to ask you, with your marketing hat on, when Joe Biden fell out of the race, fell off a cliff basically in that debate, in came Kamala Harris, and it was this fearless prosecutor. That was the branding that they put with her, I should say. However, she then didn't do any media interviews for a long time. Do you think they made a bit of a mistake there in branding her that way and then not following through?
I mean, I think there were two areas that were problematic for the Democrats. One is that it took Biden such a long time to withdraw, so it gave whoever was going to move into that place a very short time span to build their brand. And as you said, when Harris came to that position, again, I don't know about the calibre of her advisors, but it took a while for her to also create, I mean, yes, strong black woman, professional, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is you'd be hard-pressed in that first couple of months after she took that role as the candidate for the Democratic Party to say, what does she stand for? And I think that's proved to be a weakness for some of the Democrats that I've been reading some of their stuff about, where they, she didn't take a strong enough position on this or that or the other, and so from a marketing perspective, the quicker you're out of the gate with your brand, the more likely you are for people to understand and make a decision about it, and I think that may have been a problem.
Right, we are looking at 230 electoral votes for Trump right now, 169 for Harris. Don't forget, the magic number is 270 electoral votes. That's what you need to get into the White House. And we've had some big calls being made in the last few moments. Let's go to Garth with the map.
Thanks, Ryan. We're going to start in Georgia, where they are 93% counted at this point, and you can see that Donald Trump, 50.7, Kamala Harris, 48.4. I've been watching this like a hawk as those numbers have crept up. Incrementally, that lead is closing and Kamala Harris is catching up, but she's got such a long way to run that really I would say she has to nab just about every other vote that's left available in that race. So to your earlier panellist Todd Muller's point about how Georgia could be declared soon, that might be a sign that might be the way that is heading for Trump, unless there is some miraculous catch-up there for the Harris campaign in Georgia. If we move on out again, we can see that North Carolina has turned red. That's the first of those battleground states to drop in favour of the Trump campaign. Voting is over in all of those battleground states now, including Nevada. And that really sort of starts to show where they are picking up momentum. Looking across in some of those other seats, I'm looking around, looking in Michigan and in Wisconsin. Okay, we have a little touchscreen trouble. But in all of those seats, that hold of around about 3% is maintaining, even as the number of votes come in. So there's just not that sense that the Harris campaign is catching up as the extra votes come in at this point. It's anyone's guess, I suppose, because the different precincts that report in those different areas. But you'd have to say at this point, it's looking like Trump has the momentum.
Certainly does. Thank you very much for that picture, Garth. Great to get an idea of what it looks like on the map as well. Just so that you're aware, Fox News currently is reporting that they are projecting that Republicans will flip the Senate. So they already hold the House. You've got Fox News saying that they'll flip the Senate. And potentially you've got Trump in the White House, which would mean the trifecta, which would mean, well, it's not unchecked power, but it's certainly a lot of power concentrated with the Republican Party as we go in, and still a lot of votes to be counted. I want to hasten to add that. Let's go now to what should be a party tonight in Kamala Harris's venue in Washington, D.C. with Thomas Coughlin.
It's about midnight here at Howard University in Washington, D.C., Harris Team HQ. You can hear the sound of CNN reports, results coming in. You can't hear much of the crowd. The crowd is making no noise. It is deathly quiet still. Immediately behind me, you can see the Harris Walls campaign staff. They were in a private room, private part of the university earlier on this evening. They filed in perhaps half an hour ago. Very somber, very quiet. They're surrounding the lectern where Kamala Harris might be speaking later on tonight if she chooses to speak, but as you can hear, they are very, very quiet and not feeling that great.
state of North Carolina. This is the first.
And you can hear behind me that CNN has just called North Carolina for Donald Trump. That was one of the crucial swing states. No noise from the crowd there. It's pretty devastating for them. It's the first of the swing states to be called. You'll also hear read on the New York Times this evening that a Senate race in Ohio is suggesting that the Republican candidate will flip that Senate seat. That will give the Republicans the chance of taking the Senate, establishing a majority in the Senate, which would give Donald Trump a great chance of implementing his mandate in office if he has control of the legislature. Obviously, there's still a question of where the House of Representatives will go. The other thing about the Senate, of course, is that it is in charge of confirming Supreme Court nominations, and obviously if Donald Trump has that ability, then he can establish a conservative majority on the court, which he currently has, but he can establish that for much longer than he currently can establish it, and a much larger majority than perhaps even there is now, which would mean that he would be able to keep that conservative lean on the court for years to come.
That was Thomas Coughlin, who's in Washington, D.C., with what, based on current numbers, won't be much of a party for Kamala Harris tonight, if indeed this trend continues, with the Republicans seemingly taking control of the Senate, retaining control of the House, and potentially the White House as well. Still a lot of votes to be counted, currently 230 according to Reuters Electoral College votes for Donald Trump and 169 for Kamala Harris. We're going to speak shortly to Stephen Jacoby, who's a former diplomat, about what this might mean for some of our exporters, some of our New Zealand businesses. But I do have our panel, Charles Finney with me, Tim Grosser and Ella Henry. Welcome back, guys. So, how are you feeling about potentially, Tim, we'll start with you, potentially Trump back in the White House?
To say mixed feelings would be a massive understatement. I mean, speaking personally, I was underwhelmed by her campaign, but there's no question that it would have been a more stable outlook for New Zealand had she prevailed, and I accept there's still a possibility that she may prevail. But with Trump in his second term, it's got all manner of uncertainty, starting with the bigger strategic picture that I just was talking about, through to the immediate trade impact, which can only be assessed as negative. The dimensions of it, we'll wait and see, but it's all negative from our point of view. So it's not a great night for New Zealand, if you want me to sum it up.
Ella, how are you feeling, seeing what's unfolding before us this evening?
Well, I was thinking more in terms of how the women of America are feeling, because obviously the Republican Party and a number of states have made some very strong statements about women's reproductive rights, and I having read The Handmaid's Tale when I was much, much younger, I feel if I squint, it almost feels like Gilead is being born in front of my very eyes.
Gosh.
Which is a little disconcerting in terms of women's rights.
Interesting that women haven't, well, at least thus far, haven't come out in the numbers that you would have thought they might.
Absolutely. I was convinced that there would be, particularly as women outnumber men on most places in the world, that they didn't come out in greater numbers in support of, women's reproductive rights. So clearly there are other political issues at play.
Yeah, and number one has always been the economy. It's pocketbook. It's money in your pocket, economics and politics, basically, isn't it? I know this is not in your purview, Charles, but in terms of the money that goes into these campaigns, I was talking to a former treasurer for the Democrats this morning, and he was saying, mind-blowing, close to $1 billion. This is US, $1 billion that Kamala Harris managed to raise versus Trump's, I think, $400 million. But you then have to remember that they had Biden, they raised money with Biden, and then it was basically a fresh start and they raised a whole bunch of money again. But that is just an unfathomable amount of money going into an election campaign. I mean, is this a good thing?
Well, the other thing is we've now got some of these billionaires controlling big parts of the social and older media. Just look at X, formerly Twitter, and how it's getting influenced by its owner. Now, so I think the dynamic has changed absolutely enormously. It's going to be really interesting to see post-election, if Trump is there, actually what Musk is going to do in terms of his influence and whether he's going to be able to dampen down some of Trump's enthusiasm for tariffs on China. He makes a lot of cars in China. He makes a lot of batteries in China. He exports a lot to China. So it'll be interesting to see if that's a moderating force.
Yeah.
But yes, certainly it's a new world, isn't it?
The electric car thing is fascinating to me because you have Trump come out and it's almost a campaign shtick of his to say, oh, those stupid EV drivers. And then here is Elon Musk, the owner of an EV company, standing next to him on stage saying, vote for this guy. Tim, we could be the beneficiaries of all of this, though, right? If Trump whacks China with tariffs, those cheap cars might come here.
Well, I think that was already happening, irrespective of the results. And I must say, in a certain sense, thank God we don't have any longer a very inefficient car industry, because we are now poised to take advantage of the best technology at the best international prices. So in that sense, absolutely. Just one other really important issue, and it's an issue which, you know, only real policy wonks will be interested in, and that is, what's the long-term impact of this for this continual build-up of debt in the United States? This is a big issue. So Trump is completely irresponsible on this issue. I mean, because he doesn't believe in the fundamentals of economics on trade, nor does he believe any of the fundamentals in terms of fiscal prudence. So he added $8 trillion in his last term, $8 trillion to the stock of debt. He is estimated to add another 7.6 according to his program that he's announced here. Now, this is a long way from, quote, collapse, but it's building up a massive problem for the United States, the most important economy in the world, the centerpiece of all of the global international payment system. And this is just going to be, the can is going to be kicked further down the road. This is not good.
And we know who'll be watching that with interest is China, of course.
Yeah, who's funding the debt?
Yeah, who's funding the debt?
The paradox.
Yeah.
By the way, on one thing on campaign financing.
Yes.
Somebody asked me, how much did you spend on your election in your district being electorate in New Zealand terms? I said, about once every 3 years, about $10,000. And they said, you mean a day? No, every 3 years. I mean, we spend nothing on our process, thank God.
Yeah. No, well, we're probably still doing street corner meetings back in those days, were we, Tim?
Signs.
Ella.
Yeah, and one more point on that. You know, when I think about the
now
choice...
we've got you going.
When I think about the choice the Americans had between Trump and Kamala Harris, go back to that era and ask yourselves, since New Zealanders think they're poorly served by their politicians, go back to 2008. We had one team led by Helen Clark and Michael Cullen, and the other team led by John Key and Bill English. You would have to say each one of those four were considerable people of intellect and integrity. They didn't have a bad choice, the Kiwis.
It's interesting, isn't it? Ella, just to round this off before we go to, we're going to speak to Stephen Jacoby in just a few moments here, but just to round this off, the financing, the campaign financing issue, $1 billion. I mean, I guess it's just par for the course, really, isn't it? You've got in Trump a campaigner, to your point, Tim, who's an entertainer. I mean, he was the host of The Apprentice. I mean, what do we expect, I suppose?
I remember standing in a queue at an airline in, I think it was Houston, and talking to this American man about why he supported Trump. This is going back after 2020. And he said, because we don't trust anybody in Washington. And so there's this deep malaise, I think, across much of the culture, a mistrust of the political process. And I think Trump has capitalised on that beautifully by saying, I'm not like the rest of Washington, you can trust me. And some would say that's a snake oil salesman at his best, and others would say perhaps it delivers some kind of different model. I don't know. I'm standing on the sidewalks watching with trepidation and holding my breath.
All right, it is 230 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 182 for Kamala Harris, and you're watching the New Zealand Herald's US election special. I should update you also on a couple of things. Trump has won Nebraska District 3. That's one electoral college vote. This is according to a couple of the networks in the states. Trump has won Nebraska statewide vote as well. That's 2 electoral college votes. Harris has won Virginia, 13 electoral college votes, and Hawaii with 4 electoral college votes. Also, Harris taking Washington. Washington with its 12 electoral college votes. Still a lot of water to go under the bridge, but as we've heard from a lot of our guests this evening, the feeling is that there might be a little bit more momentum behind Donald Trump at this point of the evening. Right, we're going to go to former diplomat, policy advisor, consultant in the fields of international trade, Stephen Jacoby, for his take on what is happening. Stephen, welcome to the show. Great to have you with us. What's your reaction, first of all, to what we're seeing tonight?
Well, I think it's very much along the lines of what your panelists have just been saying, not a very good night for New Zealand. I had hoped we might be able to dodge this particular bullet. When I mean we, I mean the United States, New Zealand and the rest of the world. It seems like we have not.
Yeah, it's a little bit back to the future, isn't it? What do you think this might mean? What impact might this have on our exporters here in New Zealand, our traders?
Well, of course, we're now entering a very, uncertain territory when the parameters of US trade policy really aren't known. What is known about what future President Trump will do is not good for our exporters. And I guess what we'll have to do, at least at the government level, is to build the closest possible relationship we have with the incoming administration as it is formed, to see if we can shore up the various agreements and what have you that we have. But I think a little worrying for our exporters tonight.
You've had a lot to do with China, obviously, over the years in your various roles. How do you think China will be viewing this election and the potential for a return to Donald Trump in the White House, a potential for the Republicans to have flipped the Senate to maintain their control of the House, and what Trump has been talking about in terms of tariffs, going back to a trade war?
Well, I think for the Chinese, this election was pretty much a lose-lose, whatever way you looked at it. Remember, the Biden administration had not been terribly much more friendly towards the United States, towards China, certainly more polite about it. But some of their policies were beginning to rankle quite deeply. I'm thinking of the 100% tariff on EVs and, protectionism for solar panels and all these sorts of things. So, I think they're probably very nervous about President Trump. They might have thought in the past that he was someone they could do a deal with. That didn't work out terribly well for them last time either, if you remember. So I think for them, it's, again, unknown territory, and they're watching all of this very carefully. Of course, for New Zealand looking at this, it means that we need to continue to pay attention to our relationship both with the United States and with China, because both of them are very important markets for us. And if one starts to turn, we could be severely disadvantaged.
What would be the first item on your agenda if you're Chris Luxon's government, seeing this result coming out of the United States? What do you need to do, both in terms of your relationship with the United States, but also with China in reaction to it?
Well, with the United States, I've no doubt that there are all sorts of contingency plans already in place. These will be led by our very able ambassador in Washington, Rosemary Banks, and they'll be supported by the NZ Council and other bodies here in New Zealand. And clearly, ministers will want to engage in due course. But bear in mind, we've got a few months of chaos in the United States as all of this is worked out. With China, though, it's a little clearer. And I think it's very important that the Prime Minister gets to China as soon as he possibly can. We have a big trade delegation, 70 strong, led by Trade Minister Macleay there at the moment. But that we need that political contact as well at the highest level.
So get Luxon on a plane.
Well, we had hoped he might go this year. That hasn't proved possible. We had the Chinese Premier, of course, here, but he really needs to go as soon as possible in the new year. No doubt about it.
Stephen, is this a fallacy that Trump is selling to the people of the likes of Pennsylvania? Vote for me and I will bring the old manufacturing, great American manufacturing back, that I can impose these tariffs, I can bring in these isolationist, protectionist policies and actually revive these, Rust Belt states?
Well, if he's relying on tariffs to do that, it is a false dream, because that is simply going to raise the cost of doing business in the United States. Remember, a lot of things that are imported into the United States are inputs for manufacturing, and an expanding manufacturing industry will want access to those inputs at the cheapest prices possible. So it looked like all of this, it's not a simple solution. But when you think about it, the basis of the international economy has changed quite considerably, even in the last 5 years. And I'm not sure that has been totally caught sight of by the incoming Republican administration.
Stephen, thank you very much for your time. Great to have you on the program. Stephen
Thanks
Jacoby.
for the opportunity.
You're watching the New Zealand Herald's live US election special, and we've got our panel back. Trish Schurston's back. Welcome back. Josie Begani and Liam Dan from the Herald. You probably couldn't hear Stephen Jacoby speaking just then.
No, but I know Stephen well. I suspect I know what he might have been saying.
He knows his best hit.
Basically saying it's a bit of a fallacy to be saying to the American people, I can revive manufacturing with tariffs. It's a fallacy. It's you cannot do it. It goes against Econ 101.
Yeah, he's reinventing economics, really. That's what he's saying he's going to do. We're not supposed to worry about what he says he's going to do. We're supposed to just relax and wait for him to do it, right, according to his supporters. So I'm not quite sure how that works for democracy. But, it's hard to see how he can put tariffs on and cut the taxes. It just creates an enormous hole. Fiscal hole, we used to say in this country, didn't we? That's what he's up against. But there's a good chance he just doesn't, and everyone quietly forgets, and he just delivers the policies he's focused on in the room at the time. And so, I don't know. I guess from my point of view, I'm just thinking, well, if we were a bit worried that things were getting a bit too boring or relaxed in the economic world right now, maybe we're at risk of a bit of stability breaking out. Well, for what I do, it's probably going to keep things very interesting.
Oh, the columns will write themselves.
You're going to have a lot of columns, yeah. I mean, it's interesting to look at his first term, where he had a lot of people around him who were more sensible, right? Who stymied some of his worst and silliest impulses. You're not going to have that this time round. They don't want to work with him. They've all gone. So he's going to have, if he wins, a cabinet of loyalists who will do whatever he wants. 100% tariffs, great, do it.
Trump unleashed.
A Trump unleashed. So let's take him literally from what he said in his own words. He's going to prosecute his enemies, including the media, mass deportations on the border of legal as well as illegal immigrants. He's going to abandon Ukraine, use soldiers against his citizens. So he said something about we want to do something about the unchecked property crime in the USA. We're going to have a bit of a purge. Let's just have a period of time where we have a burst of police violence and we get it under control. I mean, these are the things he's actually said.
It's nutty stuff.
But this is the thing. We simply don't know this time round with Trump. And through this campaign, he has been called the biggest bullshitter in American history. And there's been a debate about, don't worry about what he says because he won't do it, and he's a bullshitter rather than a liar. But I think this is the dangerous territory that we're in now. And I think the other part of where we've got to tonight is that he has won in essence because he is a man. What's interested me is a lot of the commentary, if you're listening to the podcasts that have gone around, especially poorer black neighbourhoods, men in those neighbourhoods said, well, we need a man who's a commander-in-chief. She's just not strong enough. And it's interested me this election, and Trump has played into this all the way through, even with those crazy comments. He has tried to be as macho as possible.
Yeah.
He's had the WWF guys around him. And I think that it's a really interesting statement about where the US is.
Yeah, it was also just a very clear and obviously very effective strategy, which was let's go after men and let's mobilise young men who wouldn't necessarily be voting in an election. Let's get them to the polls via the likes of Joe Rogan, etc.
Well, and this has been amazing today because the question was, okay, Harris was going after young women. They tend to go out and vote. The guys might say they're going to vote in polls, but they're probably at home gaming. It looks like they may have actually bothered to
drop the Xbox for a second
to turn out, and that's turned the dial. But I think we're at a very unusual point in history where he has been so light on actual detail. We just don't know.
Can I get a little vibe check in the room from each of you now? Because we had Todd Muller earlier saying he pretty much thinks there's no path for Kamala Harris now to take the White House, from the Vice President's office to the Oval Office. Liam, what do you think? What percentage?
It's a very thin path, say that. But and weirdly, if you were a Republican supporter, you might be looking at tonight and you'd be the one saying this is a weird system.
in America because there's clearly a swing towards Trump. He's won on the popular level, but there is still a path for Kamala Harris just because, postal votes in Pennsylvania last time where, they come in later. They can so it's a small path, but it looks like it is Trump's night.
Yeah, it's less a path, more a tightrope now, and the post-mortem in the Democrats is going to be awful. It's going to be bloody.
And in a sense, though, is it her fault? I mean, because you've got it's the economy.
Yeah.
You've got Biden having crapping his pants basically on stage.
I don't think it's her fault, no, because I think she's tried to do that broad coalition. She said, I will govern for everybody. I'll govern for people who didn't vote for me. She's done the reach out to the working class. We're talking about the economy and the issues. She even said, I carry a gun. So she tried to do the pivot. The question is not, is it her fault, but was she the right candidate? And I think these were two imperfect candidates. If they'd had a primary, and that'll be the big question, they should have had a primary. If they had a primary, they might have had Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Peter Buttigieg. They might have had a whole bunch of people who might have done better, and they would know, they'd have more evidence. The big question will be, Biden stayed in too long, should he have gone earlier? So the problem for Biden is his legacy, which did look good in the sense of, infrastructure bills, massive amounts of money for climate infrastructure, jobs were up, inflation was down, so actually the economy looked pretty good, right?
On paper.
But people didn't feel it was good, and now they're going to say, and you just delivered a second Trump.
Yeah.
I think her path is now, it's possible, but it's highly improbable. And if you look at the amount of vote that's now counted, it's very hard for her to come back. The other difference this election is those blue belt states, they have really got their shit together in terms of counting votes. So they have been much quicker this time round. So to the point about, yes, she might be waiting for more of the mail ballots to come in. That would be more in the West. In these states, the vote is pretty much counted, so hard for her to come back.
Yeah, because they obviously had to learn a lot from the last time when it was COVID and there was a whole bunch of votes coming in and they weren't used to the postal votes, and they've changed, as you said, they've improved things. So as we stand here right now, 230, this is from Reuters, 230 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 182 for Kamala Harris, 270 is the magic number to win. Fox News currently projecting 232 for Trump, 216 for Kamala Harris, and CNN is 230 for Trump, with basically the same as us. And this is what happens about this time of the night. Things start to flatten out and everyone catches up with each other. Let's talk about the Senate, because this is interesting. This is the race where Republicans desperately wanted to flip it, and it looks like, at least according to Fox, who was projecting earlier, that they might have done that. Josie, how significant is that?
Oh, massive. So I think they have flipped it by the looks of it, because the tiebreaker is the vice president. So let's say Trump is on track to win, and then J.D. Vance is the tiebreaker. So that means they have the presidency, the Supreme Court, they've got filled with Trump judges, they've got Senate, and the question now is, can the Democrats hold on to the House as the one bulwark and the one barrier to a full house of cards.
And don't forget what that kind of control could mean under Trump. So this is a guy who has said he will dismantle some of those key institutions. He has said he will take away the independence of the Federal Reserve. He has been backed by the 900-page, Project 2025 dossier, which is pretty much, life under an autocrat. To have that much power in all of those institutions with a Trump, I think it's another level of uncertainty that we haven't seen before.
But it also shows you, because everyone knows he's a known quantity now, Donald Trump, right? He's been around for...
Known, unknown.
Yeah.
Well, unknown,
well, yeah, predictably unpredictable.
Yeah.
So given that, the fact that people entrust him with their vote and entrust him with these very important public institutions in a democracy says something about their trust.
So there's a big problem. If you've got someone who has, let's say, autocratic tendencies, and Trish just laid them out, who has been democratically voted in, that's a kind of populism that's really hard to go, oh, that's terrible, we must get him out. And so you've actually got to deal with why the hell he's so popular in the first place.
This is the mood in America.
Yeah, yeah. And a great academic I heard this morning actually said the reason that that Trump is connecting is because people in the States are fed up with sort of slick, positive politics.
Yeah.
They are feeling angry, and what they want is a candidate, which they've got in Trump, who actually channels that anger. So that's why when he says all kinds of crazy shit that normally no one running for president would say.
Swearing a lot.
Well, we're on the internet. I was thinking, it's not TV. You can say what you like, I think.
Well,
No one
I mean,
with the bleep button either.
you have to.
The new Trump.
You have to express it. I mean, he is so outside the bounds of normalcy, but the electorate who is angry, they want that. They feel like he's saying the things that they're actually feeling.
It was the same with Hillary Clinton back in 2016, right? She was the career politician, been there forever, so had her husband, what have they done for you? And here I am, the businessman with the loud mouth.
And part of, sorry, Liam.
I was going to say, weirdly, that makes him like imagine electing a Bernie Sanders or something, the socialist candidate. So Trump is the revolutionary candidate. He's now up against the people he's got to watch out for, especially if he has Senate and has Congress, the establishment in Wall Street, which is the money engine of the United States. So, it's going to be interesting to see how radical he can be in the face of, he's got Elon Musk and a few of the tech bro guys with some billions.
Oh my God, I hadn't even thought about that. Elon Musk is now a step away from government.
Controlling the world's internet, able to turn it all
Minister
off,
of Commerce or
satellites
whatever.
But beyond that, the actual establishment of the US, all the money, all that sort of stuff, they actually have a vested interest in the status quo. They don't like a socialist revolutionary. They don't necessarily want to see a revolution, a guy upending everything as Trump is threatening to do either. So it may be that there are some curbs on his power outside of the political system.
Yeah. Liam Dan, I'm told that we have to release you because you need to go and get your stuff done for the Herald. So we will let you go and do that, and you can catch all of Liam Dan's analysis, nzherald.co.nz. I'm sure he'll have something good for us tomorrow morning in the paper as well. It has just gone 6:30 here in New Zealand. I can't do the maths in my head. 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time in the United States right now, 9:32 Pacific Time. 230 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump right now, 182 for Harris. Let's check in on how things are going on the map with Garth. How are we looking, Garth?
Well, I'm going to give you an excellence achieved for your maths straight away, Ryan, because you did right on the times. It's a new day in America. But still, in Georgia, they wait. I mean, I've been looking very closely at this. 93% of the vote counted, and it's been stuck there for quite some time. So I've done a little digging into that. It sounds like there have been some problems there. There's some reports out of the States from reputable networks talking about around 60 hoax bomb threats that were phoned in. FBI saying they blame some Russian sources for that. And they were predominantly around Atlanta and around other areas where there are still quite a number of Democrats to vote. Traditional Democrat areas to vote. They did hold the count open longer, or the poll open longer to account for that, but that has slowed down the count in that area. That could be a bit of good news for the Harris campaign. However, the state election manager is basically saying, look, it's almost a mathematical impossibility for Harris to now catch up. So it feels kind of like a matter of time before we hear that result move over into Trump's box as well. And when you consider that he already has North Carolina in there, the numbers are starting to add up. At that point, with Georgia, where it's go across there, and North Carolina, you really only need Pennsylvania, and he is across the line the next president of the United States. However, in Pennsylvania, when I'm looking closely at the numbers that are coming out of there, I can see with 88% of the vote counted, that gap is closing. And it's closing perhaps with a little bit more runway to go. So those that have told Kamala Harris that it's time to go to bed and look at that blue wall across the north, they're going to be looking at that and thinking maybe we've got a chance there, because it's a much closer race. And it looks like it's trending very slowly in Harris's direction, from the numbers that I'm seeing here from Reuters anyway. Different story as you move further across to Michigan, where you've got basically still the same story there. You've still got a fairly healthy gap for Trump, admittedly only with about half the votes counted. And in Wisconsin, where again, 82% of the vote counted, and there's still a fairly healthy lead for Trump. You've got to be starting to wonder if he actually even needs Pennsylvania at this point, that if he can break in and flip those states, then he's home and hosed.
Garth, thank you for that. Confirming, and Todd Muller is back with us now, confirming what you had already said earlier, Todd, which is the fact that you think there is, a tightrope path back, basically, for Kamala Harris now to come back into this race.
Yeah, I just don't think the numbers are there. Like in Pennsylvania, Trump's ahead by 150,000 roughly, 90% counted, and so we can look back in 4 years ago where Trump was ahead. Roughly this time, but there was like 35% still to be counted. And so I just think there's diminishing returns for her. And of course, that's what analysts do at this time, particularly if you're on the Democratic side, is you just try and worry the thing to death to try and squeeze out a result. When if you look back, if you stand back and have a look at it, he's won North Carolina. It's about to be called that he's won Georgia. He leads in Arizona and Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. He leads in every single swing state. And yes, there's still votes to count, but it's over.
We're just hearing that Donald Trump is well, at least Sky is reporting that Donald Trump is heading to the Republican HQ in Florida at the moment, which probably gives you an indication that he's feeling quite confident that he is going to go in there and tell his supporters that he is winning or has won, probably more likely the latter than the former. We'll get to reaction on that in just a second, but I should introduce some of my paraphernalia that I've brought along this evening.
Georgia's just been called for Trump.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh.
CNN's just called it.
Wow. So CNN is just calling Georgia for Donald Trump, giving him 246 electoral college votes. He needs 270 to win. That is a big development tonight, guys.
So it's interesting, looking at all your American candy there, I wonder how much of that is stuff that had to be imported into America that will now have tariffs on it. If Trump's president, looks like he will be. And it's interesting looking at the kind of culture war thing. A strategist, once said to me, he's a Tony Blair strategist, he said, just do the things that voters say are the things. And the things that voters have said are the things in this election: economy, inflation, immigration, crime. And the two most successful ads the least successful ad for the Democrats was attacking Trump. He's a fascist, he's going to destroy democracy. Didn't work. The one that did work was Buddy, the working class guy from, Pennsylvania, who watches a clip of Trump giving a tax cut to the rich and laughing about it and then saying, well, I'm not rich and I want a tax cut. So it's interesting that they managed to sell tariffs. Trump campaign sold tariffs as a tax on China. But we're going to do a tax switch. We're going to tax China with tariffs and we're going to give you a tax break. And that's what people have bought. So in the last few weeks of the campaign, the Democrats are trying to push back on that with Buddy. Buddy's a working class guy who needs a tax cut and he's not going to get it under Trump. And looks like it hasn't delivered.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that Trump, we're hearing he's on his way to the Republican headquarters because that was the pick, that he would come out tonight and he would declare victory whether or not it was still looking tight. And it could be a repeat for the Democrats of the mistake Clinton made in 2016.
Oh.
Remember when she didn't concede?
Yes. Shocker. Shocker.
It was a shocker.
And so what we're looking at now, if you're just joining us on the Herald's live coverage, you can see our updated numbers on your screen down to the bottom left. 240 electoral college votes now projected to be won by Donald J. Trump, 182 for Kamala Harris. Now, those numbers include crucially two of the swing states now, including Georgia and North Carolina. We're going to go to Michael Morra, who is at a bit of a party in Auckland, central Auckland tonight. Michael, how is the mood there? How is this news being digested?
It is a bit of a party, but there has been a notable shift in the atmosphere here at the Empire, which is hosting the American Chamber of Commerce party. A lot of business people here, but we know from an unofficial poll that was done here at the party that most of the people in the room were supportive of the Democrats rather than the Republicans. So while we're used to about 200 people here, the room is slowly sort of emptying out, and there's a few kind of like lost faces in the room that can't really believe what's happening. And I'm joined now by Kim Daly, who's the past president of the American Club in New Zealand. Now, Kim, you've got your blue on. You came here supporting Harris. How are you feeling?
trying to keep Kamala and carry Anala. But seriously, I'm really concerned. This isn't just an election that's on differences of opinion or differences on policy. It's extreme conservatism, and the left and the right have gone to extremes. Project 2025 is something that Trump is playing dumb about, and it's basically going to take women back to the 1700s. It's going to make every government employee a loyalist to the president. So if you're competent and you're qualified to do your job, that's not going to be a problem for a government position. It's going to be anybody who's a minion and a loyalist to Trump. So it's really frightening.
You're originally from New Jersey. We know Trump is a convicted criminal. We know that he lies a lot. We know that he's unpredictable and some would say unhinged. Why then have so many Americans listened to him and backed him?
That's the question of the hour. Why? The sexual assault cases, the 34 felony convictions, the 63 cases where all of his lies about the election getting overturned, everything was just debunked. It was just rumor and hearsay, and when it was in court, there was just no evidence to back it up. So yeah, that is a really good question.
Now, you also have a lot to do with business here in New Zealand at AUT. You're a lecturer there. We know that Trump is proposing tariffs. We know that New Zealand is a massive trading partner with the US. What implications or ramifications does this have for the New Zealand economy?
Well, Trump supporters would say he speaks in hyperbole, but he has said he's going to impose a 2,000% tariff on imported goods. So if anyone in the U.S. likes anything that's produced outside the U.S., that's going to be a big problem. New Zealand trading and tourism, that's going to be a real concern. Anyone from New Zealand who travels to the U.S. is going to be labeled a communist or a socialist by the right wing, and it's not a very comfortable feeling.
And you've been here with some of your Harris supporters this afternoon. The room is emptying out a wee bit. How are they feeling? When you saw these results come in on the television, what were you saying to your friends?
Oh, it's a bit deflated. Again, it's not just a difference of policy or a difference of opinion. It really is a projection of how the society is going to go forward, which is really going backwards. If you have an alternative lifestyle to something that conservative Christian in power doesn't agree with, although your rights are protected in the Constitution, the new government is proposing to eliminate that.
Is Trump dangerous?
He's just somebody who's inherited everything from his dad. He's had people kissing up to him his whole life. He's never had to deal with reality. He's had a number of failed businesses, but everybody still louts him as a great businessman. He's had an airline fail. He's had a steak business fail. He's had a university fail. He's had Trump.
But is it his public profile, do you think? With his television shows and the way he's different. He's not really like a politician. He speaks differently. He doesn't care if he insults people. Is that what appeals about him?
I think that is it. He is not a politician. He hasn't got a political background, and that's kind of a breath of fresh air for people who want to say, look, I'm tired of the bickering from both sides. So, yeah, that is a reason why people could support him.
Well, Kim, thank you so much for joining us from the Herald this afternoon, and I'm sorry to hear your lady didn't come in. That happens. It's elections, but we'll get through it.
I'm just glad I'm in New Zealand.
Oh, absolutely right. Just on that, Ryan, the room is emptying out slightly, but there are still a lot of Trump supporters in the room, and I was quite surprised to see that. In fact, the official vote count had here in the tavern had Harris polling higher than Trump, but remarkably not by much. And so there are a lot of people in the room, New Zealand businessmen, New Zealand businesswomen, who are backing Trump and are looking forward to him being the next president of America.
Interesting. Michael, thank you very much for that. That's Michael Morra at he's at the Empire Tavern, I should say, in central Auckland tonight. Michael, thank you very much for that. So here is the state of play. 246 electoral college votes for Donald Trump right now, 182 for Kamala Harris. And this is really, it's becoming more and more clear as the night goes on. The path to power for Kamala Harris is evaporating right before her very eyes. Donald Trump is on his way we're told, to the Republican meeting party in Florida. So with Georgia out of reach now, that's being called for Donald Trump with North Carolina. Basically, what Kamala Harris has to do is get that blue wall, and she will need all of them. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they become absolutely crucial, and she has to win them all. And I thought, just for something interesting this evening, we would find some candy from each of these states. So I can tell you where these are made. This horrible-looking ranch is from Oakland, California. That's where Kamala Harris is from. I don't want to try that. Tricia, you can have a go. These are from Pennsylvania. So this is the king of the swings with 19 electoral college votes, Reese's Pieces.
Oh, I want that.
You want that? Josie, you can have that. Also, Hershey's milk chocolate.
Yeah, I'll have
Yeah,
that
you
too.
can have that.
Yeah.
I would have put you more.
All right,
on
I'm just being told in my ear that the crowd at the Kamala Harris gathering in Washington, D.C., has just been told by a campaign official that she will not be appearing tonight. Just repeating that, Kamala Harris has told through a spokesperson the crowd gathered at her event, her campaign party, that she will not be speaking tonight, that she will be speaking tomorrow. Todd, what does that tell us? Does that tell us that they are hopeful and waiting and there's more counting, or does that say, it's, you know, in the case of Hillary Clinton in 2016, it's game over?
Well, you know my view. I think the numbers suggest the game is over. But because not all the votes have been counted, there will be a theoretical opportunity if she got huge amounts of the outstanding votes across those three Rust Belt states that she potentially could eke out a small win in each state. And because not all the votes have been counted, she's obviously wanting to call it for the night and see what it looks like in the morning. But unfortunately, when she wakes up tomorrow morning, the pitch is going to be just as bad, if not worse. And you know, this is quite a remarkable comeback. I mean, you said in a generation, the previous president that was rated as having the greatest comeback was Richard Nixon. Frankly, this shades Richard Nixon. Trump makes Nixon look like an angel.
I suppose there's no arguing with that, really, is there? He was one of the most hated presidents when he left office. And then 2 years later, he announces his campaign. Everyone's like, what the hell are you doing? No one likes you. And here he is.
Here we are.
Soon to be president-elect.
Well, there's only one other who has lost and then come back. That was Grover Cleveland in 1893.
Household name.
So
yeah.
a pretty rare feat, and not forgetting the fact he will be the first felon to be elected president of the United States.
And you can argue that the Republicans would have been doing much, much better. They would have won this in a landslide had they not had a convicted felon, a sex offender, convicted of fraud, convicted of election insurrection. If you hadn't had a candidate like Trump, they could be winning in a landslide. So I think the lesson for the Democrats here, even if they managed to eke out a win, and I think that's highly unlikely, as Todd says, but even if they did by 5,000 votes, they have to look at themselves. The left has to look at itself, and it has to repudiate the excesses of what I call the finger-clicking woke. And one of Kamala's
snaps for democracy.
Yeah. And there was one rally. When you look at the rallies, and Trump's rallies were like, as someone described it, as pro wrestling in hell. Highly entertaining and awful. But you looked at Kamala's rallies, and they were very clean. They were very much the politician on top, talking about the American dream. Great. And one of the rallies, there was a whole bunch of people clicking their appreciation, and I looked at that and I thought, I think we might lose.
Yeah.
Imagine what President Zelensky's thinking tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's right. China, the Middle East, there is no shortage of serious issues facing.
He said he would stop the war
by Christmas.
And the only way that war stops is if Ukraine concedes and say to Russia, well, yes, you can have a chunk of our country.
Which is what Trump has said that they should do.
I know.
He has said basically, bend over, move over, move your borders, make it happen.
What you might see is Europe really stepping up now and going, right, we're on our own here. We've got to put a whole lot more resources into supporting Ukraine and pushing back Russia.
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Europe saying we're on our own. I mean, it was 80 years ago. I mean, we just thought...
With North Korea on the border.
What was the 80th anniversary of D-Day?
Yeah.
And here we are, Europe, on our own now because we can't count on America.
Well, imagine Putin tonight. I mean, he'll have the champagne popping in the
Bit of
mounds of
whiskey.
caviar.
Bring whiskey out, won't
Lots of
you?
vodka.
It's amazing to think a US president is being elected who, for many of the US's enemies, is a better pick than for his allies.
Extraordinary.
Is there any trick? Because Trump's big campaign, line on this was, well, when I was in power, there were no wars. I mean,
So
does he have a
to the
point?
list of other absolute nonsense that has
Well, I
come
mean,
out
there
of his
certainly weren't as many wars
But
going on
that's
as
the
there are
problem,
now.
isn't it? That the perception people had, like they felt better off economically when Trump was in government. Probably nothing to do with Trump, everything to do with the fact that it was 2016.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
And so, people are going, well, eggs were much cheaper under Trump, so I'll vote for Trump. Now, I mean, again, the Democrats have to have had a really good message and a response to that made people feel like, eggs will be cheap under us too.
And they didn't have it. Let's talk about the media, because there was not just the comment the other day from Donald Trump where he said, someone would have to shoot through the, what does he call it, the lying media?
No, fake.
Fake news
Fake
media.
news.
The fake news media.
It's you, Ryan.
It's me, it's us, it's everybody. I mean, should they be a little bit embarrassed?
Well,
or scared?
If I were a media outlet in the US right now, I would feel a little worried about the future. This is a president of the United States who does not believe in a free press. And if you're a believer in democracy, as I think all of us are here, a free press is an absolutely fundamental pillar to that. One of the things that has disturbed me through the campaign is how media who have gone to cover Trump's rallies have been singled out. It's been in a really sort of muscular bullying fashion. So at those rallies like Madison Square Garden, Trump would get the lights to just turn on the press pack, and then he would refer to the fake media here and they would be booed by the crowd. And I heard the editor of The Atlantic the other day, the question was put to him, well, what are you going to do if Trump is re-elected? And he said, as journalists, we're just going to have to double down on doing our job really well.
And I think part of that has to be, because it's relatively recent where you've had a media in the States where it wasn't the done thing to have a voice from one side, a voice from the other side. So we've had these very partisan divides in media, Fox News, MSNBC and so on. I mean, maybe there needs to be a rethinking of that for the partisan media.
And MSNBC, remember, would not take Donald Trump's speeches live because of his misinformation. I mean, harden up.
Yeah, and banning him off Twitter.
So, I have to say this as a podcaster. What's the Story, Old Glory? Fantastic podcast, just saying. But look at the...
It's a brave new world.
Make America pray again. Have a Bible.
Yeah, but look, the reality is that, yes, the traditional media are going to, I think, need to reflect on whether they can connect properly with the 63 million people who have voted for Trump and genuinely understand what drives them in terms of individuals and their aspirations. But also, we touched on it before, Americans aren't going to CBS for their news. They're going to Joe Rogan, they're going to TikTok, they're going to people that can reflect their views and amplify their views back to them. This is not a new insight. You guys are living the dream of this new reality, but that's what's happening.
Can I say one thing though? I think there's a pathway that we all have to take on board. There is a coalition to be had out there between the Trump voters and the Harris voters, and how that reflects in New Zealand and in other countries too. And we all care about jobs and decent incomes. We all care about what's going to happen to our kids. We care about the environment. Now you've got climate people on one side, but you've still got hunters and fishermen and so on who care about the environment. There's a lot of things, if you looking in the American context, but here too, there are a lot of things that bring us together. And so the politician that can build that coalition and can talk about a quilt. The American dream is a quilt, not a sheet, said Tyler Perry, the entertainment mogul. It was a brilliant quote. I need to see myself in the American dream. That the politician that can bring us together and do that and have that vision, will be the next president of the United States.
Elon Musk has just tweeted a photo, or X'd a photo of himself holding a sink, walking through the Oval Office with a big smile on his face. This is obviously a photoshopped image with a big smile on his face, saying, "Let that sink in." Just obviously putting the cat amongst the pigeons, stirring the pot a little bit.
Too early to drink?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I could do with something to eat first, but after that. Speaking of eating, hot pickle, that's from Wisconsin. We're still yet to find out about, and we're talking like Donald Trump has won, aren't we? Well, Todd Muller says he has, but there is still a lot of water to go under the bridge, still votes to be counted, and Kamala Harris is going to talk tomorrow.
Can I just say that whilst I, as a long-standing follower of American politics, love the aspiration of the quilt, this is two tribes at war, and it has been increasingly so, and this election's only going to amplify it. And that's just the unfortunate reality that America is having to navigate. And so, you know, this is obviously massive for the world, massive for New Zealand, but I don't see a unifying figure in 4 years being able to wind back the clock here, because these are very cemented in perspectives.
Well, and isn't it interesting? This is how divided it is. That there was a campaign in the final days of the last week where you had George Clooney and Julia Roberts voicing ads, essentially saying to people, you can keep who you vote for a secret. So it was pitched at women who might want to go into the booth and vote for Harris, but they didn't have to tell their husband. The other ad depicted a classic US bro going in and again making the decision to vote for Harris and not Trump, and that it was okay to keep it a secret. And I think that underpins your point, Todd, that when you have to have sort of permission structures to make it okay to vote the way you want to, and it's so divisive you can't even tell your husband or wife, that just shows you how deep the divide is.
And the, you know, as the battle lines or the, I guess the parameters of a particular electorate are changed and modified over many issues, it becomes harder and harder to work out actually who would support who. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got family in Atlanta. My father and my stepmother, Democrats through and through. They're best friends, Trump voters. And they are the loveliest people in the world. They're the people that you would phone when your car breaks down. You know, so you know, completely on different sides of the spectrum. But when it comes to living life in America, there are a lot of places where people come together from the two tribes. And that's what gives me hope, actually. And I've seen it. And in the end, that's what politics is. What we're seeing here, I mean, you've got a country of 300 million people who've managed to come up with only 2 presidential candidates in this race. There is no other way for Americans who wanted to say something to the Democrats about how you're not representing me enough. There was no way for those voters to say that except to vote for Trump. So that has to change. And I don't think it's as divided as this election result looks. I think there's hope, but it has to be, there has to be a reckoning on the Democrats' side. We should not have lost this election.
If you're just joining us this evening, you're watching the New Zealand Herald's US election special. 246 is the number of Electoral College votes projected to go to Donald Trump after tonight's count so far, 187 to Kamala Harris. We can tell you that from the Kamala Harris camp, there will be no speech tonight from the Vice President, hopeful President. No speech tonight from Kamala Harris. She's going to go to bed, have a think about it, wake up in the morning, look at the polls, look at the numbers and perhaps make a decision. She needs to take those blue seats, the blue wall, the Rust Belt seats, whatever you want to call them. It's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, it's Wisconsin. She needs to take them and take them all in order to get to the White House. And looking at the numbers that we are seeing, it's increasingly unlikely that that will happen. And that means one thing. That means that Donald J. Trump could be returning to Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to check in with Garth Bray in just a few moments to get the lay of the land. But just so that you're aware, in those swing states, there are 7 of them. 2 of them have been called so far for Donald Trump. That's Georgia and North Carolina. No word yet on Pennsylvania. Remember that everybody said, the pollsters said at least beforehand, that you would need Pennsylvania in order to get to the White House. You sort of had a 10% chance of getting there if you don't have Pennsylvania. We don't have a final result, a call on Pennsylvania just yet. Have you been looking at Pennsylvania? I haven't had a chance to.
Trump is probably stealing your thunder, Garth. I'll let you go, Garth. You tell us rather than me. You do it. You've been standing at the wall.
I'm standing here at the wall. I want you to hold on to your hot pickle for a minute there, though, Ryan, because we're going to start in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay.
Where look, 86% of the votes counted, and you would say with a roughly 3% lead that Donald Trump looks like he's got that in the bag. However, little quirk about Wisconsin is that they don't count their absentee ballots until, or they don't release the count of those until they're all counted. They count them all in one place, and so traditionally they're quite late reporting the last chunk of the votes in that state. That might be what Kamala Harris has taken with her to the pillow tonight to sort of try and rest on. Because if you imagine a scenario where the Trump does claim that state, you add the flip in Georgia and you add the hold in North Carolina, and at that point there are many paths. He doesn't need Pennsylvania to get home. He can pick up Arizona. And if you take a look at Arizona, well, okay, with 52% of the vote counted, and obviously large counties there that need to work it through, but he's still looking pretty solid. It's a huge contrast from, I'm just thinking back sort of 16 years to when I was standing there having at this point of the night heard John McCain concede and listened to a soaring speech from Barack Obama. It's such a different campaign at this point to still have the result kind of, landing slowly. That, that's a real change from that time. But back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Garth. So we are waiting with bated breath, you could say, for Donald Trump, who is apparently leaving his private residence in Mar-a-Lago in Florida and heading to the Republican headquarters. He's doing very well tonight, as Garth has just been telling us and just been filling us in. We've got our panel with us here on the New Zealand Herald Election Special in Todd Muller, Josie Begani and Trish Sherson. Great to have you guys here, and it's been great to be with you throughout the evening. In a few moments, we're going to take a look back at some of the key moments from the election campaign and digest those. But some really interesting discussions about the type of man that Donald Trump is. And, you've mentioned man as in macho man. And he's, if you watch him speak, there's some fascinating, Vox has done some great montages of how he talks about other men. And he will, Marines will come on stage with, "Oh, you're a big, strong man. I really love a big, strong man." I mean, this is a macho guy who really revels in being macho. Todd.
Yes, I wasn't expecting necessarily you to throw it to me straight away. I thought maybe there's others on this panel who can comment around the attractiveness of macho men or not. But look, nothing good comes from his win for New Zealand, and frankly it's hard to see where the good comes from the world, because his character is just so lacking. The way he has been found guilty of sexual assault. He is guilty of fraud. He's got 93 felonies against him. We all saw what happened on January the 6th. As someone who has been over to the conventions and connected with Republican Party members, which is the sister party for the National Party, which I've been a member of for 30 years, you could not get a greater break from those traditions, right? The traditional Republican, free trade, very strong on the economy. I mean, he, in terms of policy, not just intent, where he has a completely different approach. And it has meant, though, that he has been able to reach parts of the electorate that haven't voted before, that historically have been Democratic. And part of it is his muscular projection of what he thinks America should be again. And a lot of people are attracted to that because the America they see today appears broken to them relative to what it used to be.
Be that the economy or the military or both, that kind of strong man talk, isn't it?
You think, in America, the culture in America is that your value is based on how much money you've got, how much you earn, what's your job. And so, it's often status perception. If you have a sense that your status is less compared to others, even if, Biden is absolutely right. The Biden campaign initially could have said quite legitimately that the economy was better under Biden, there were more jobs, inflation was low, all of that was true. And at least Kamala Harris didn't make the mistake of trying to say, you're wrong and here are the statistics as to why you're wrong. She recognised that this was status anxiety and had to deal with that. I just think when they do the post-mortem, it'll be, did she have enough time to really turn that narrative around? And the thing that we won't know for quite a few days is who has come out to vote for Trump.
Yes.
And Trish is right. Was it young men? It looks like there's a big gain in minority voters for Trump, so black voters, Hispanic voters, possibly male, looks like it, but we don't know for sure yet. Non-college whites have really increased their vote by the looks of it, first exit poll data, but we won't know the absolute data on that. When we do, we have to look at it and be guided by the evidence and go, how did we lose those people?
Well, he's a classic bully, though, isn't he? Because he likes to project a strongman image, but he's not. He likes to be the tough guy and he surrounds himself by them and he sort of talks the tough talk. But actually, he's a rich guy from New York. So I think that has been his political genius, to be able to be, essentially one of the elites that he has criticised through the campaign, and yet he can reach across and he can completely flip US politics, where it used to be the blue-collar workers, it was the home of the Democrats, and he has brought those blue-collar workers and he's completely flipped the board game on the whole of US politics.
Even union leaders,
quite a chameleon, isn't he? We're going to go to Michael Morra, because speaking of Trump supporters, Michael Morra is with one at the Empire Tavern in Auckland. Michael.
G'day, Ryan. Well, as we know, there's been a bit of a red wave, and while the flags are kind of being packed up here in the background and things are certainly slowing down, and the pub is absolutely emptying out here at the event hosted by the American Chamber of Commerce, there are still a few people around, including Chris Dean from the accountancy firm Dean & Co., who's an ardent Trump supporter. And Dean, when I first spoke to you earlier on in the evening, you said Trump's got this in the bag, and it appears you might be right. How are you feeling?
I think we're all very pleased. In fact, it's more of a relief, to be frank. It's everybody here and everybody in New Zealand should be very, very pleased.
Why should we be pleased, though, with someone who's a convicted criminal, who we know lies frequently, and who is unpredictable and, in some people's views, a dangerous individual?
Well, when you talk about people lying, if you look at some of the bad actors on the Democrat side, you'll find extensive misinformation, etc. The trials that Trump has been through are really equivalent to the 35 to 37 Stalin show trials.
Well, I'm not sure the judges would agree with that.
Quite possibly. It's something we could debate. But when you look at how those trials will run, how the Democrats ran it was so similar. So, to be frank, the majority of America is not concerned with it. We knew it was an attack against a political opponent, and that is the most undemocratic thing that we've ever seen in the US.
Why will Donald Trump be good for New Zealand?
Well, I think, as I mentioned before, the most serious situation facing the world is the current geopolitical situation. And we have a situation, the parallel goes back to 1937, 1938, and when we had such a powerful European country that was seeking to retake an empire, had already taken a country over. We had a powerful Eastern Asia country. So the parallels are amazing. And a weak Prime Minister in England and a weak, very, very weak US President. He has proved, beyond a shadow, he is one of the greatest negotiators, and he will negotiate a peace. This is the difference.
He will cripple trade in New Zealand, though, won't he? Because he wants to introduce these tariffs. People are worried about this.
No. First of all, the tariffs are going to be targeted tariffs. Okay, he's really got his eye on China because China, through previous administrations, starting with the Clintons, enabled significant numbers of American jobs to be shipped to China with extremely low wages and without the same worker protections.
Okay, Chris.
So that's the thing there.
Yeah, appreciate your time, Chris, and value your perspectives here. Thanks for talking to the
All
New
the
Zealand
best.
Herald.
Cheers.
And we'll shoot back to the studio. As you can see here, Ryan, there's really different opinions all around the room. There's a few cheers there for Chris as he's leaving the stage here with the Herald. So clearly quite a few people support his views, Ryan.
Good on you, Chris. Look, there is nothing better in a democracy than hearing a diverse range of views. He was respectful when he said them. He's obviously a very ardent Trump supporter, so good on him. He's having a good time. Right, 246, that is the number of Electoral College votes that Donald Trump is projected to have right now, which would almost get him back into the White House. Crucially, he has taken, according to projections from some of the big networks in the United States, taken Georgia and North Carolina. Those are the two swing states that have been called thus far of the 7 that are available. 270 is the number that you need to win. Kamala Harris currently sitting on 187. And we're about to go somewhere, which I've completely forgotten where it is. Thomas Coglan is in Washington, D.C. Now, Kamala Harris is not going to be speaking tonight, an indication that obviously things are not looking good for the Democrats, and she's going to be waiting until the morning. But what of her supporters? Let's check in with Thomas.
So we've just heard from the Kamala Harris campaign team that she is not going to be here tonight. She is not going to be addressing the crowd. It is just about midnight. The team and the crowd had been expecting to say anything. Obviously, it is looking like she will make this election. It is looking like Donald Trump is far and away now the favourite to take it. There is still a narrow path for Harris to victory. It's so-called blue story, but that is looking very, very narrow. Very, very narrow indeed. Those states she is winning. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Trump is pretty convincing in those states. But as the campaign is saying, there are still votes to count. There is still a long way to go, and you can see why that they are not wanting to concede this race before they are absolutely sure there is no path forward to them. You can see behind me there is no one left. They conceded. The campaign staff left, supporters have left, they've all gone low. Harris is going to be addressing the nation tomorrow. Here we're told back at Herald University when things go a little bit clearer. But until then, the count goes on, the race continues, and we'll be back here tomorrow to get to the update what it is.
Good on you, Thomas. That's Thomas Coglan at Kamala Harris's quickly evaporating campaign party in Washington, D.C. You can see people leaving behind him. Donald Trump has had a bit of this, Lucky Charms tonight, you'd have to say. And this, of all of my goodies that I've brought to the studio this evening, this one was actually made in New York, where Donald Trump hails from. Another one from Pennsylvania was we had the Reese's Pieces, these, Pennsylvania, which is a big swing state. We won't hear about that probably until tomorrow, though Todd Muller has some intel. You've been crunching the numbers for us, Todd, on Pennsylvania. What are you thinking?
Well, it's 93% of the vote counted, and Trump has 3.3 million and Harris has 3.1. So a 200,000 vote lead with 7% to be counted. And, even if, which is probable, they are likely to be Democrat areas still to be counted in that last 7%, the plurality that she would need in that last few 100,000 votes is just simply not going to be achieved. Because, in the other counties, she might have won 70-30, but 70-30 won't be enough when you're trailing by 200,000 and you've only got 400,000 votes to go, right?
What does this mean? Let's go down this road with Todd for a second. What does this mean if Donald Trump does win? Are we likely to see fewer challenges from the Democrats than we would have from the Republicans? And does that mean that we might get some kind of solution, some kind of resolution, Josie, sooner?
I'm flying to New York on Saturday for work, and I've been sent just today a little briefing on security for both sides, right? In case there's any protests, in case there's any violence. It's so hard to know how this is going to play out now. I mean, it is the point we made before. We've got a pretty despicable candidate now as president looks like, with autocratic tendencies, who was democratically elected. So what Democratic supporters decide to do with that is going to be really critical. What I hope they decide to do is look at themselves and go, what do we need to change? What could we have done differently? And if you look at the Hillary Clinton loss in 2016, there was an awful lot of blaming Russia, an awful lot of blaming everybody but the Democrats, right? And some of that was legitimate. But the important thing you do in a political party, Todd, any political party that loses, first question you ask yourself is, what did we do wrong?
How did that happen?
How did that happen? What is it the voters don't like about us, and what do we need to change? That doesn't mean you change your values, your core principles. It does mean you look at your policy. And this was not an election of policy, Ryan. That's the other thing. It was an election of culture war. There was very little policy on either side.
Well, let's remember that it was the Republicans who had already lodged over 100 lawsuits.
That's right.
In preparation for challenging this result. There are 0 on the Democrats' side, and I think this comes down to the peaceful transfer of power. That's what the Democrats obviously were so, and everyone was, disgusted against on January 6th when the Capitol building was stormed, when the last election result was being ratified. So I don't see the signs on the Democrat side that there would be the same kind of reaction.
If you're just joining us, CNN now joining Fox News and projecting that the Republicans will take the Senate. So CNN now reporting that the Republicans will win control of the Senate. Yeah, interesting. You were talking about the reaction. I was interviewing this morning on Early Edition, which you can watch tomorrow, listen to rather tomorrow from 5 o'clock.
Make America Pray Again by Bible.
Was a former treasurer for the Democrats, and he said, he's in New York, and I said, what will the reaction be from the Democrats if Trump wins? And he said, well, there will be protests, and he reminded me of that Million Women's March,
Yes.
remember? And he said he's been hearing from people on the ground that should Trump get in, and abortion issues potentially coming into the legislative process, there will be huge pushback to that kind of stuff, even just reaction to him being announced elected president again. So we probably will see protests either way.
I think we will, yeah. And what we can say quite confidently is that, and I don't think I think she was trying to move away from making this a campaign about abortion and democracy, but what we can see quite clearly is that neither of those issues have helped the Democrats get across the line.
I disagree, actually. I think that her campaign was full-centred on democracy and the threat that Trump poses, and very much pushed hard the Roe v. Wade decision and impact on women's reproductive rights. But where I do agree is by talking to those issues, she has missed connecting with Americans who feel that the country's broken, be it immigration, be it cost of living, law and order. She's missed connecting with them.
Yeah.
And Trump, for all his failings, has been remarkable at getting those people out to the polls.
And I think there's a bit authenticity gets talked about a lot in politics, doesn't it? And I think there's been this problem with Kamala as a candidate that she came across not so much as cautious or a professional politician, she came across as slightly ambiguous about what she really believes, right? So we had it in 2019 when she stood as a presidential candidate. She veered to the identity side of politics for the Democrats because that's what the Democrats wanted at that time. Then this election, she's, I think, rightly tried to shift back to a tough on crime, former prosecutor. I'm supportive of fracking if it's a transition to a cleaner energy source. All of that, she tried to get all of that right, but it just sounded inauthentic because it wasn't.
She doesn't believe
people heard her say in 2019, which is not that long ago.
Well, and the most effective Trump ad through this campaign. So the candidates has spent almost $3 billion on TV ads. TV ads are very effective in the States, which they're not in New Zealand. His most effective attack ad was, to your point, Josie, about channeling into this thought that Kamala Harris was left of left. She was so woke. And it was an ad talking about the fact that back in 2019, she had advocated for gender surgery for prisoners. That was his most effective ad.
Yeah.
And what political scientists think is that then actually blunted on the other side the messages about abortion, because that attack on, you'd spend taxpayer dollars, on transgender surgery for prisoners. There were a lot of people who might have been in support of the abortion stuff, suburban mums, but they didn't like that.
Yeah.
So
Even this week on the campaign trail, they highlighted the curious case of this little rabbit or a...
Oh no, it was a squirrel.
A squirrel. And it was some guy
who euthanized the squirrel.
The government had euthanized the squirrel because the squirrel wasn't being kept in a cage that was suitable to the government or something. And so you had J.D. Vance doing a press conference saying, pray for Harry or whatever his name was.
Yeah. Pray for the squirrel.
But the point was, and this is what they're quite clever with, whether it's Haitians eating cats or whatever, is getting that headline saying the government cares more about this squirrel being mistreated in its cage than it does about you being unable to afford gas in your car.
And the attack, as Trish says, the attack ads were really effective for Trump against Kamala. They were not effective for Kamala and the Democrats attacking Trump as a fascist, anti-democrat, lunatic.
Because that's all baked in, I think. But I think for those who support Trump, they know who he is. He's been the candidate 3 times, elected once, unelected the next time.
Nothing ambiguous about him.
Nothing ambiguous. You know what you're getting, such as it is. But you do get a sense, I think, from his supporters that he is clear-minded around what he's going to do with the border. And that's really attractive for people who feel that the country's just been overrun by migrants. And that's the language that's used, actually more pointed. That will then see a reduction of crime. And that he's going to be laser focused on, turning the economy around. And that appeals, particularly then you chuck in the anti-woke language as well, where he just calls them for what they are in his mind. That's really attractive for that blue-collar worker in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. They think, actually, you know what? I'm going to vote Trump.
Yeah, and you think about immigration as an issue. It has been the biggest issue for the electorate across the whole nation. About 60% of people have said this is the number one issue for about 3 years. And the fact that the Democrats haven't been able to have a progressive response to that, other than to be confusing about it and to give these messages.
And say you're a racist if you disagree.
You're a racist if you don't like immigration. Now, there's no one on the left. You look at the UK, Labour Party in the UK, they've been very clear about what their immigration policy is. It's going to be, we're going to stop the boats, which is just what the Tories were saying, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. We're not going to send them to Rwanda. But they haven't come out and said, well, we're going to make illegal immigrants legal and so on.
Two real quick stats for you.
Yeah.
50 years ago, immigrants were 4.3% of the US population. Last year, 14.3%.
We have some speaking of stats, we have a big number coming, or a big projection coming for you now, this via Fox News. Fox News now predicting that Donald Trump has taken Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, the king of the swings, the one that you need to get yourself to the White House, with 19 electoral college votes. Fox News predicting that Donald Trump has taken that state, 267 electoral votes. Remember, it is 270 that you need. He is just 3 shy. Kamala Harris trailing well behind on 216. This looks, as Todd Muller said at first, hours ago now, it looks like it is Donald Trump's night. RFK Jr. is apparently on stage at Donald Trump's rally, his campaign event.
I've forgotten about him.
Yeah, well,
He's being put in charge of women's health. This is one thing we do know. I am not kidding you.
Seriously?
Yes. So that was an announcement in the last week that Trump made. That great news for women in the United States.
I'm going to protect all women.
Yes. That this is our new.
You're looking at some live shots right now of Donald Trump's election night party, as he prepares to, I imagine, announce that he has won the election, that Donald Trump is the next once again, President of the United States of America. And the contrast between these pictures, where there is a party atmosphere, and they do look a lot to be men, don't they, Trish?
They certainly do. They certainly do.
But a party atmosphere compared to the sort of sad, sombre event that the picture that Thomas Coughlin painted for us a little earlier. Tucker Carlson is there with RFK, I'm just being told, with RFK Jr. So it's all on for young and old, so long as you're a bloke, basically.
And it's interesting that Fox News has called it just before Trump walks on stage, which I'm sure is not at all coincidental. But as I said, that it's closing down now in terms of the amount of votes left to be counted, and he's holding his lead. So I think they're right to call it.
Yeah, we still haven't called it with 246 from Reuters. You can see that at the bottom of your screen. 246 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 187 for Kamala Harris. We're staying on air. We are hoping to be able to bring you Donald Trump's speech, should he take to the podium at his event in Florida. We will take you there if we can, if and when he decides to turn up. He's notoriously... He takes a long time to get out of the car. He takes a long time to walk to the stage.
And open doors. He's not very good at opening doors.
If you've seen him, though, once he gets on stage, oh, my goodness, it's like a victory lap, which takes an hour. He's waving, he's thanking everybody. I mean, he clearly enjoys it.
How long will the dancing go on for tonight? And what are the theme tunes? This is what I'm really interested in. But isn't it, when you're looking at those pictures there, it really sums up the iconography of the MAGA movement. So the classic MAGA hat, all of the stars and stripes.
It's a good hat.
Todd's got one.
Got you into a bit of trouble, Todd.
It did. To be fair, mine's covered with Hillary Clinton pins, but that was a bit of a detail lost at the time. But, I've still got it.
But you're right. I mean, incredible branding. Well, it's what he does, isn't it, Trump?
I mean, well, as Todd said before, he's been the master of the iconic images in this campaign. I mean, to quickly turn around, that shot of, the photograph of him being shot was extraordinary. To think in that moment, to go fight, 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 and then with the garbage comment, to quickly go, right, I'm going to drive a garbage truck and put a high-vis vest on. I mean, the guy's awful. That's good politics, though, Todd.
The one we haven't talked about, though, which was just incredible to me, and it sort of sums up this campaign for me, it's sort of about memes and dreams. Like, memes now in political communication, they are absolutely it. And, something will happen on the campaign trail. It will be taken down to one meme, and those memes now are starting to move the political dial. But straight after Trump was shot, do you remember at his next big rally, MAGA supporters actually turned up and they had bandaged their ears to mimic...
In solidarity.
Yeah. So that to me has been one of the, just from working in communications, but that's been one of the interesting things of this campaign, the rise of the meme and the rise of the podcast outside of the mainstream media that have really helped to drive
some of the support that we're seeing. Yeah. And the support is huge. If we're looking at Fox News' results tonight, they are projecting 267 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump. Remember, he needs 270. That leaves him just 3 shy, and 216 for Kamala Harris, including Pennsylvania, including North Carolina, including Georgia. Let's take a look back at some of the election's best or most memorable moments.
Welcome to the first debate of the 2024 presidential campaign.
A crowded field for the Republican primaries last year, but Donald Trump skipped the debates.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Although Trump went on to win the nomination, he'd been somewhat sidetracked. It wasn't via the usual route.
Instead, this week, he'll conduct an interview and surrender at an Atlanta jail after his latest criminal indictment.
That indictment, one of several, making Trump the first former American president convicted of felony crimes.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The judge later delayed sentencing till after the election, and the news cycle just moved on.
That I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
This first and only presidential debate between the two candidates raised serious questions about Biden's mental state.
For what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with
everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish.
I think I witnessed the unofficial end of the Biden campaign.
What we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people.
He looked weak and confused. I like him. No way you could believe this man could be commander-in-chief for more years.
Those questions, that pressure would linger as Biden got COVID and images of him struggling went viral. Meanwhile, Trump gained momentum. The Supreme Court granted him partial immunity in his election subversion case, and then this. An assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, creating the most iconic image of the campaign. The contrast between a seemingly strong Trump and a weak Biden also played out in the polls.
President Biden has fallen behind former President Donald Trump by 6 points.
Pressure from within the Democratic Party mounted, and on July 21st, Biden quit the race.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation.
Enter that new generation in VP Kamala Harris.
So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
The Democrats snatched momentum and the polls picked up. The donations started to flood in.
But we are not going back.
Harris added Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to her ticket. Trump had already selected Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Leading third-party independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy suspends his campaign, endorsing Trump. In the first debate with Harris, the gloves came off.
And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
The lines of attack descending into the absurd.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
You talk about extreme.
Many say Harris won that debate, but her honeymoon was short-lived. A second planned assassination attempt on Trump as he played golf made headlines. And as polls tightened, the Democrats' changed strategy, went on the attack.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Well, it's true. These guys are just weird. And it's, you know, they're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something.
That Donald Trump is someone who, I quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist.
And that just about brings us up to speed on this truly bizarre campaign marred by personal insults and some rather extreme language.
She's a fake, a fraud, she's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country.
She is the devil, whoever screamed that out. She is the Antichrist.
I don't see no stinking Nazis in here.
Here we go, Garth.
I don't want
I've
to
been
come
waiting
back
for this.
covered in
Yes, it's been a very long campaign to say the least, and at this stage it looks like Donald Trump has ended it with a win. Let's go to Garth Brave for the lay of the land. Garth, it looks like he's got it in the bag, doesn't it?
Well, our friends at Reuters are perhaps just holding off until they've actually got some hard data rather than jumping on in there like Fox has, just as the, presumptive president's about to take the stage there. Pennsylvania is still in the toss-up ledger, but you've got to say with only 6% of the vote left to go, that's less than 400,000 votes still to count. It's looking very, very hard, mathematically impossible for that gap to close. Kamala Harris sitting on 48, Donald Trump 50.9. If you look at where the votes still have to be counted, they're in places like Montgomery County and Chester County, around Philadelphia, areas you would expect a number of Democrats to turn out. But if we look at the numbers there, 88% counted there, you're talking about maybe another 70,000 votes to come on in. And they would, even if they grab every one of those, they're still not going to erode that sort of couple of 100,000 votes. But the real teller for me, looking at that seat, was when I looked all the way across here in Erie County. Erie County has flipped to Trump. And the significance of that is that Erie County has voted for the next president of the United States in every single presidential election since Bill Clinton took it with 9% back in 1992. That's one of those bellwethers, and I would imagine that their people are looking at a sign like that and saying, it's in the bag, we can all go home, get your hats on, get the party started. Then you start to look further across at some of those other Rust Belt seats. Michigan, 69% counted, and still that lead that Trump maintains. I mean, at this point, maybe they're starting to dream the impossible dream and think they have just convinced a whole lot of people in an area that was very traditionally working class and supportive of the Democratic Party that it's time for a change. And that is looking like the story of the night so far.
And you're not alone there, Garth, because Todd was just saying, I don't know if you wanted to say this on the telly, but here we are. You're just saying that you think maybe he will actually take all 7 of the battleground states, all 7 of the swing states.
Well, he leads in the 5 that have yet to be called. And as Garth has said, leads by reasonable margins when you look at the outstanding vote. Possibly Michigan, Harris can close up. But you get to the point in the evening where you can see that actually there's been a trend. And that trend is going to sweep through Georgia and North Carolina. It's going to sweep through the Rust Belt and almost certainly then continue to Arizona and Nevada. And I think, you know, that famous saying, it's the economy, stupid. I think when all this gets washed out, it'll be that exit poll that I reflected right at the start, where only 28% of Americans thought that the economy was heading in the right direction relative to 4 years ago. And we all know that if you're in that position as an incumbent government, you're kicked out.
And let's remember, around the world this year, we've had, I think, the highest number ever of elections around the world. What we're seeing in the US is a reflection of the same trend, where politicians or governments have been absolutely punished for the inflation over the past few years. Little fun fact about Trump, though. He is going to be the oldest person to ever start a term in office if he gets in this time. So Biden was 77. Trump is going to be 78. I think that's interesting, given, you know, where this campaign started was about Biden being too old, Trump saying that Biden was too old. But to your point, Todd, also about the swing that we're seeing, and we'll have to see where the final numbers net out, but apart from Bush and Kerry in 2004, the Republicans haven't beaten the Democrats in terms of total numbers of votes since 1988. So that's 36 years ago.
Wow.
And that's, I think, the point we've been making all along, is that there is a broad coalition to have, and it has been had before. Under Obama, it started to reduce a bit, but certainly under Bill Clinton, under Reagan, you had presidents who won way up in the 50s, so there was a clear winner, and they can only do that by reaching out to the other side. And one of the things I was reflecting on just now is, the number of Hollywood stars who came out for the Democrats, Oprah Winfrey, Beyonce, Taylor Swift. I think they just need to all get in their box, act or sing or do whatever they do, and maybe keep out of politics for a while, because they're not helping.
Yeah, they're not helping the cause, and they're probably not helping themselves to an extent either, I wouldn't have thought. It's interesting what you're saying about the economy, inflation and parties getting punished. We've had the Conservatives given the flick over in the UK. Justin Trudeau is about to get the boot.
Yep.
Their election has to be held by the midway.
Exactly.
Well, Australia is going to get... The thing interesting with Australia, because they've obviously only just got in, but there's inflation and there's, discontent, whether they are a one-hit wonder.
Well, yeah, and so a lot of it, not Australia, obviously, but a lot of them, people were kicked out, governments were kicked out after COVID for exactly the reasons Trish said. So it was a delayed kind of COVID grief, if you like, of lockdowns, reaction to lockdowns, and then high inflation. And again, I think what's happened in this case on the left and the Democrats is that, we've failed to come up with a good populist economic message for, Buddy. Buddy was the hero in this Democratic ad, the working class guy who wants a tax cut, not Trump to give it to the rich guys. And we've failed to come up with a really compelling story about the economy that reaches, and that also reaches working class people, not just with a message, but in the right platforms. As you said, Trish, the memes and the social media. the Democrats just haven't managed to get that through to the right audience in order to win.
But the economy, and I mean, Harris has been criticised this since she became the candidate. The economy has been her Achilles heel. She has not wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
She hasn't been good at talking about it, and it left a massive vacuum for Trump. I also think in the States, you can't underestimate inflation this time round has been the hardest on people in probably more than a generation. And, you know, people in the States aren't used to paying a lot for their groceries and their gas. So it's really hit people in the hip pocket. And as you guys know from being in politics, that's where elections are won or lost. Absolutely. In people's hip pockets.
And inflation has been a wrecking ball on politics throughout the world, right? As you say, the 2024, the highest elections, the highest number of elections we've had, and just about every incumbent government during COVID, post-COVID and into the inflation era has been kicked out. And where they haven't, they've been able to come up with a message that answers that. What are we going to do about the cost of living? Ironically, there's quite a lefty issue which is quite popular, which is that people on the whole, this is YouGov polling, support higher spending on social services, but they want to know that it's going into their community, their local community. They don't want it on something vague in the bureaucracy. And there's all this data available, and I've been at international conferences with the like of Tony Blair and Justin Trudeau and so on, where we've all looked at that data and gone, this is what the left needs to do. It needs to focus on these issues. And in this case, I think that's what Kamala was trying to do. I think it was too late.
Yep,
and didn't have enough time.
I've got another prediction for you, just because I'm on a roll. I think Trump's
You've been right so far.
I reckon Trump's going to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's that sitting at the moment?
Well, it's 66 million to 61 million. And so you then go to California and New York and you see the vote to come. And there's still a chunky bit, but he's overperforming in California and New York relative to what he's done in the past, he being Trump, obviously. And so it wouldn't surprise me that once all this washes through, probably not by a lot, but he will win the popular vote, which frankly, if he sweeps the 7 swing states and wins the popular vote, that is massive. Like, you talk about a day of reckoning, that is an absolute day of reckoning for the Democrat
and the
Party.
Senate,
the Senate, the House.
Senate, we're not sure about the House.
Well, the House, according to CNN that I'm looking at here, the House, the Republicans have gained 3 more House seats. Still not finished yet, but they had a majority, I think, about 6, so that puts them roughly 10. I can't see at this stage where they're going to find 11 flips the other side, or 5 flips the other side. So I think it's going to be, and that's, a full suite. What's that word? The full flush or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Lay down Mazia in cards.
That's the words I'm trying to
and clearly not a poker player.
No, I'm not. But what that means, for when you're talking about the fear and anxiety on the Democrat side, particularly when you think of it through the lens of women in America, President Trump, a Republican Senate, a Republican House, that is the environment where any laws can be passed.
National abortion ban.
And a conservative Supreme Court.
Yeah.
This is a massive day of reckoning
it's
for the left.
It's the
It'll
whole
be
hog.
socially very conservative.
We're going to come to our very final thoughts in just a few seconds, but we're going to check in one last time with Garth Bray for a lay of the land. Garth, we're basically calling it. How about you?
Well, I'm still just with our friends from Reuters taking a look at the actual numbers,
Come on.
In numbers.
Come on, Garth.
There's plenty of time for making stuff up once RFK's in charge of the US health system and they, pass that federal order that bans fluoridisation across the board in every, water supply, and then they can put whatever they like in it, I suppose. We talked a lot about Pennsylvania. Let's just take a look at some of those little bellwether seats in places like Michigan. Here we go. Macomb County, next door. 58% of the votes there, or Trump on 58 and with 53% counted. Now that is one of those little bellwether seats that they say indicate where Michigan could go, and it's looking like it's in the Trump ledger. When we go to Wisconsin and head across just out of Milwaukee to Waukesha County, again the same kind of move, closing in on a 60-40 split in favour of Trump, and a suggestion that is the mood of that state, and that whatever measures they've been taking, the carpet bombing of advertising, the very helpful memes that Elon Musk's Political Action Committee have been putting out there, are sinking in and catching people. And then you start to see how that would really look. I mean, if we take a little closer look here in Arizona, where the count is still well underway, still only 53% of the vote, but yeah, still holding pretty solidly for Donald Trump. And that last battleground state, Nevada, which is always very slow to kind of come in. Let's just try and see if we get some numbers back up there, shall we? Yeah, there we go. With 72% of the expected votes counted and a pretty clear 3-4% lead for Donald Trump. So whoever made that confident prediction that he could sweep all of those might actually be looking like they're on the money.
Yeah, that was top.
If only politics was that easy.
All right, thank you. I have to say thank you very much to everybody who has been watching us, whether it's been on YouTube, on Facebook, or at nzherald.co.nz. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend the evening with you as Donald Trump looks to have sealed the deal and returned himself to the White House. We're going to go to our panel for some final thoughts. I was just actually thinking about Kamala Harris and some of her word salads, and she would say things like, you've got to consider the significance of the insignificant, things like that, which really didn't help her cause.
The problem with that is that what it indicates is a fogginess of thinking and a vagueness of principle. That's what people didn't like about it. We all talk in word salads after, but you just didn't feel like she'd really done the deep thinking and she knew what she wanted to say. And I feel at the moment, Ryan, it's a bit like when you pour boiling water over your hand from the kettle, and there's that moment where you think you can pull the water back into the kettle as you see it come towards your hand. I think the implications of this election are going to affect New Zealand politics all over the world. I think the centre, the passionate centre of politics, which I think we all represent, has to come up with a really muscular, hopeful response to this that responds to the things that we've talked about tonight. The things that voters say are the things that we have to deliver. And I think that's a challenge to all of us.
Well, America matters. It mattered 100 years ago. It matters, I would argue, as much, if not more now. This is a real wake-up call for this country as much as any other country, because we cannot passively assume that America will act in our interests as successive governments have for 40 or 50 years. Perhaps passively is too aggressive. You know what I'm saying? There's a comfortableness of the fact that America was predictable in its leadership, that it reflected our values, and that we could comfortably go about our business of selling products and services to the world, knowing that you had that protection. Well, that doesn't exist. He has a very different view of America's place in the world, a very different view of institutions, multilateral arrangements, Europe, this part of the world. And so we have to, as a country, I think, be very reflective of what this is going to mean for us. And it doesn't come at an easy time, because we don't have a lot of spare money in the cash to, to boost up our defence, if that's going to be an obvious area. But we all need to have the conversation, because it will impact us immediately.
Oh, well said.
Well, I see just in the ticker there that Trump's War Room account has claimed the win. So as we sort of said earlier in the night, as predicted, he is going to come out tonight and he'll say he is the next president of the United States. I think, good luck, everybody. This has really turned everything.
Oh, look at that. Sorry, Trish.
Yep.
Fox News has just projected that Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States of America. Fox News now projecting that Donald Trump's been elected the 47th president of the United States. This based on 277 electoral college votes, 270 needed to win, which means they have given him, I don't know what he's picked up, 226 for Harris, 277 for Donald Trump. So there you go. At least one major network in the United States has declared it. Sorry, Trish.
Well, no, and so I think, tonight it's obviously a big celebration for the MAGA movement. I don't think it's a celebration for the Republican Party. That party, as we knew it, has now gone. As Todd said, it's now a cult of personality. I think the question is, given that Trump can only do another 4-year term under the rules, is he setting up the Trump family for a political dynasty? There's been talk about setting up the next ticket with Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance. And I would say to, the Republican Party, they have made their bed now with Donald Trump, and they are going to have to lie in it.
Yeah. And we know that the Americans love a dynasty, don't we?
Yep.
All right, we're just going back now, very briefly. We're going back to Florida, to Donald Trump's campaign night party, and what a party it is. You can see the crowd now starting to react to the news. They will, of course, no doubt have Fox on. They have just called former President Donald J. Trump as the president-elect for the 2024 election. Donald Trump is returning to the White House, according to Fox News, with 277 Electoral College votes to Kamala Harris's 226. You can see they are very, very excited by this news. Lots of support, lots of cheering, lots of chanting, some hugging and some kissing going on in the crowds there. It'll be a great night for them. It'll be a fantastic night of partying. You can imagine RFK Jr. is there, Elon Musk is there, the whole band is back together.
The whole band is back together.
All right, we're going to leave you with these live pictures. We are going to go and have our own party. Some of us might go to bed and have a sleep. But we're going to leave you with these live pictures from the Republican Party as they close out what they believe is a hard-fought and won 2024 election campaign. Trump is expected to speak shortly, so we'll actually leave you with these live pictures wherever you're streaming us from, so that you can listen in and hear what the president-elect, according to at least Fox News at this point, has to say in light of tonight's victory. Just so that you know, the numbers down your bottom are from Reuters: 246 electoral college votes for Donald Trump and 194 for Harris, but the networks are quickly following suit and declaring Trump the winner. Thank you very much for joining us on the Herald America Decides live coverage this evening. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm Ryan Bridge. I'll be back in the morning from 5 o'clock on News Talk ZB. We'd love to have you tuning in. Don't forget, Marcus Lush is still going tonight if you want to ring in and share your views. And the Herald live blog continues throughout the evening, and of course tomorrow, full coverage, nzherald.co.nz. I'd like to thank Garth for his fantastic work on the map this evening. Garth, it's been great to have you here. Trish Sherson, Josie Pagani and Todd Muller, thank you very much for coming and joining me.
Thanks, Ryan.
Ka kite, everyone. Donald Trump looks like he's back to the White House.
The Republican Party, if all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful. Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Herald, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle.
twice, and the second time around he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We'll focus now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, what it did wrong this time, it'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they've tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Ben?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Herald, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers who are Republicans and the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I had a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I know him as well as you. I think be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
No, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spent $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you
say?
$50.
If not $40.
$50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. Yeah. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
I was struck by the final
and Musk and the rest of
the final ads where they were excellent. They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight, fight, fight.
Absolutely. Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep. Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that. Yeah. I mean, the adversity he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble, are pale in comparison to what he's been put through. No, maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak public.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
but they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's who it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. No one gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts? As much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or you know, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, you know, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, you know, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic. and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean, but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro,
but that's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody wants to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end is that the right way to do it. But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. And we've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party. And we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours, and part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see the blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum, and we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her, and I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost.
Right.
I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been, and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency, and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole and then they have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works. That this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, brother.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win.
And narrow casting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, you've got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote. And it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. It's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning in 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I will remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton. she's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list. Likely switching.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much? The news are understating that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans, and the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God
And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states,